Here we go. Another midnight episode. Enjoy the show. Go to bed. This is a repeat. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. I love you, Nicole. Oh, God. I'm going in the closet. Oh, my God. Y'all know what to do over here. So just in case you miss something, you can peep at it. Nicole, we gotta get a life. We gotta get a life. I swear for God, we gotta get a life. Oh, God. Oh, God. Hey, Nick. Hey, Ms. Ra. I am so pissed. I am frustrated, and I am so pissed. All my real people like Nick and Ms. Ra. I'm not talking about the other ones are fake, but y'all should know where I'm coming from. Hey, we gonna get it. We gonna get it. Cause what's up? I am frustrated. I don't even know where to start. I'm so frustrated. I don't even know where to start. I should have started like since this morning and just ran this crap all day. That's how disgusted I am for us as a people. I'm disgusted with us as a people. I'm disgusted. Let me share myself out. Then we're gonna get this party started. But we're gonna wait a little bit. We're gonna wait. I'm disgusted. Hey, Coffee. Hey, love. And JB in the place to be, baby. Wow. There. We wouldn't even get a marathon in there because I'll be still doing videos. I look like marathon, we still doing videos. But they don't want to know about our people. They want to talk about everything else but our people. They want to talk about deep down in Africa, deep down in India, deep down everywhere but here. Deep down, and we want to practice everything else. But what we went through here. We want to start a gender war. But I'm gonna let this video start because this is what some of it I did this morning. Y'all can see it again. Some of this I did this morning on the other channel. Which they're not even giving me my commercials and stuff no more. It's all good. Going to the closet. It's all good because they know I'm touching bases. They know I'm touching bases. Then the Maniac Princess. They know I'm touching bases now, and they don't. They. I saw you. I was in the bushes. I always go over there. Like, oh, thank you, sweetie. But we gonna have to participate. If I can share this out, share this out. What was I getting ready to do? Oh, I can put my even though it don't mean nothing, but it look good. It look good. They can still get you with the disclaimer or not, but guess what? It look good. But you ain't really disclaim. They can still go after you, but the disclaimer sure looks good. So I'm gonna put it there. Right? So I'm gonna go into a little bit what I was talking about earlier. Then we going like that. I know we're gonna do some learning today. We're gonna do some learning today. Cause look where we are at as freaking people. Look at where we at. I'll show a little bit. I'm disgusted. Why? And we all should be disgusted. Every last one of us should be disgusted. Now, where is it? It's all a day. Like I said, it's all a game. Let's go. Look, you got good stuff, sister in London. Young Jesus. Frank, right? He does a lot of good work. Now, he did a video not too long ago. Ah, shit. What did I do? Oh. Damn it. I just want the videos. That's it. Okay. Now, he did a video on Nature Boy, right? Just in case I doze off, right? This is the one that got the 1963 kids. Video. So yeah, so just in case y'all doze off in the closet, I'm just giving y'all a whole different story. This the one that got the 1968 kids in it. So y'all want to doze off a little bit later. If y'all don't mind, y'all I'm gonna doze off in the closet. Don't worry about it. Nice and how and I want y'all to really. I'm skipping past a lot.
I'm worrying about the wrong shit right now. As we talk, I probed him and I'm like, yeah, I want to do. We can't talk about Young Pharaoh. That dude shell shocked from Young Pharaoh. I'm like, yeah, and this and this and that. But we can do something, but you nothing about Young Pharaoh. I don't want to have nothing. Like, okay, all right. No Young Pharaoh mentions. You know, he was very adamant about that part. Anyway, so he ended up watching a movie. I'm like, yo, you brought me, the master student, over here to watch a fucking movie?
Master student.
And granted, I'd never seen the movie before. I can't remember what the movie was. Because he wasn't even watching it. He goes off, and I'm like,
hey, just relax.
Assuming negative. I'm like, is he upstairs having sex or something? Like, where this nigga at? But I think he was changing clothes or something like that. But nothing, whatever. And I asked him, like, tell me about yourself. He said he grew up in prison, had a real rough childhood, so on and so forth. I I did a light interview. He wasn't really trying to interview. He had his own thought process where he was trying to take things. I think while I was there, he was on live on one of his other platforms.
That's Crumb TV.
I'm not on. I've never heard of it.
Fast forward a little bit.
Anyway, so
anyway,
turns out it's not an Airbnb. He really stays there. I'm like, all right, bet. I think he asked me that night he was going to have. I think that night he was going to have some type of bowling with his son. It was just like a regular evening. Like, hey, you want to come with us? I'm going bowling with my son. Or I don't know if he said it was racist. I make no qualms about it. You're not going to see me God and so on, so forth. I was like, bruh. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get it. But this dude don't got no. Look at this.
Now listen.
Look at y'all talk so much crap about Nature Boy, but your girl won't do this. Family, I want to talk. This platform has 75, 76% men following. I hope of 160, 200 people watching right now, because we're on two different platforms, of the 200 some people watching right now, that the men stand up right now. Can you tell me, have you done right by a woman? You've gone hard for that girl. You've done this. Nature.
Hey, Lisa.
The story, fine. Remove the story. You got this black dude, melanated, aboriginal, whatever you call him, space alien guy, who's dealing with these women, and he's the worst thing since Ike Turner. But when he is up against opposition, you see how his women go for him? I'm like, yo, I need one of these. These girls look like the daggone lineup from Wakanda. Name me some black women who are just going G.I. Jane. We already know about, the young and the dumb. Regardless of how you feel, this demonstration.
Now, this man right here is he's taking a coat and trying to compare that to us regular women. He's taking a coat and what they do in coat culture and try to put that on us regular women. These manifest men are getting desperate and they are all connected. This is why we can't stop. Hope all. Hey, all. Hope as well. Everyone said, don't forget to come out to chat for a second and hit the like. That's right. Right. This video was done before. Not to mind you, he just showed. I want to get to the other video. He just showed he's a coat, he's a this, he's a that, and then now you're bragging. Hey, look at these. But I thought that women belong in the house. According to you guys, a woman is supposed to be feminine. Now you're saying G.I. Jane. But I thought we belong in the house. I thought we supposed to be cooking and cleaning and doing all these type of things. This is what I thought.
They want us to do everything.
Go ahead, boss lady. Don't say it now.
They expect for us to clean the house, take care of the kids, make sure everything is taken care of, and then make sure that they can go out and do what they need to do. And we got to make sure that their feelings are in order. We got to be careful for their feelings and make sure that their emotions are in the right direction and all this stuff. Come on, man, give me a break.
A beyond break. Now I gotta go out and come back in because it's too big, and I stretched it, and when I stretch it, it just doesn't go back to regular size. So now I'm gonna come right back in with the new one when he got the 4 blind mice. He got the 4 blind. It's not really the 4 blind mice. It's the comments that got me.
Mm-hmm.
It's the comments. Oh gosh, why that?
I want you to know, honey, I was listening to music, and when you came in, your site just took over the music, and your video just popped right on in.
When?
Just right now.
What music? The music from the background?
Music. I was on my YouTube listening to music, and then when you came in, your site just took over the music, and the video just started.
It's supposed to. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Can run on in.
Except as it should, actually go deeper than that. They don't know how to go deep.
And it was a live, and it was me and 2 Western women, I guess you can say. And I asked them, I said, you know, are you married to your job? I said something to that effect. Are you married to your job? Do you love your job? Is your job your husband or whatever like that? And the sister said, yeah. They said, yeah, it is. And I said, you know, does that job care about you? And then both the sisters, you know, it was a real awkward pause. And they were like, nah, the job don't care about you. So, well, the job love you, like you. And this is what women do naturally. They put their heart into the things that they invest in. So, you know, Burger King is being powered by divine feminine energy.
And that is not the right way to live, because when you disconnect yourself from your emotions, you are disconnecting yourself from everything that is.
To listen to our man, because we can just call 911 and they show us who are.
And that is true. And that's the money. These are cult members. It's cult members. So which means it's spread it further than what you think. Because now the manosphere and the rest of the people that's in the manosphere, not necessarily the manosphere, but I'm just going to say the word manosphere, just so you can get a feeling of what I'm saying. But look how this has spread it, and the 4 little freaking mice right here, the 4 musketeers, is now trying to promote, which they should not. According to they believe, they should not be out here promoting this thing. They're probably in the house baking cakes and stuff. Well, let's go. I'm gonna skip through this. If you want to see the whole thing, if you go to Crumbs TV. I'm discussing.
Is the true man who we truly respect, because
hey, honey,
we give most of the women give most of their energy and their hearts to their job, because that's what pays the bill. But if we live in a natural society in which we got at least.
All right, so who's paying the bills now? See, y'all are walking, a lot of women who want to be down with this manosphere, y'all are walking contradictions. Y'all are walking contradictions. You say what a man is supposed to do, but your actions show that you are the one that's doing it. Your actions show well, if the economy falls, okay, if the economy falls, what you gonna do? Your man in jail. That means God gave us all self-preservation. Period. He didn't say, man, woman, you don't have self-preservation like everybody else. The man got to do this and do that. When it hit the fan, you and only you and everybody means you as in singular, going to do what you have to do. Period. They like talking robots. Before we finish this video, I want to go down to the comment section. Hey, Nat. I got 50 pair of glasses. I just need one, just one of them right now. Just one. Now, I'm going to have to open it up. And my girl, Real Talk with Lady D. I'm like, oh, no. You know for a fact that you are against them. You know you are against them. I'm going to have to hit her up. I'm going to have to listen. Which I did. Which I did. Do we want Nature Boy stop or don't we? Do we want Nature? Why are you talking about unbiased? Unbiased. You see what talk with now? I'm like, yo, your videos go against him. Are you serious? That's why I'm so disgusted. And I see a lot of people that I know, they're either in this chat or in thank you, NJ. Or we're going to have to, as people, we're going to have to pick a side. It's just that fucking simple. Let me open up another thing so I can get my minds together. Get my little mighty minds together. Y'all gonna see magic. All of that. I'm doing all this to show you something. Okay. You know, boss lady, I set it off for boss lady, right? Here we go, boss lady. Ding, 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 ding. There you go. Miss Leo. There
Work
you
it
go.
out.
Ding, ding, ding,
Okay,
ding,
wait a
ding,
minute.
ding, ding, ding.
Sugar,
Kev, it's gonna get deep in here.
S-U-G-A.
It's gonna get
What?
deep, bro.
Sugar.
I'm taking us back. S-U-G-A. Sugar Babes. Thanks to one of my haters, but I thought I'd keep the name, right? Only Mika. There you go. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, Chief, I don't know you yet. But NJB, here you go. Ding, 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 ding. Anybody did I miss? Hello, Rob. Grand Rising. I don't know you. I think I got everybody. Oh, Truly Lace. Oh, gosh. She will get me later. Ding, 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 ding. Meanwhile, the Bible makes it clear if a man
You gotta go down. You gotta go down real far to find it. I can't find it.
find where
Sugar babe. I'm
oh,
trying to find it.
bell, click the bell. If not, I put it on the man. Come on down. Ding, 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 ding. No, thank you all. If this was just about the manosphere and what they say, we would. Hey, my brother, bro, can you hear me? Cause we can't hear you. Oh shit! Let me go get my hoodie and my damn scarf too. Damn it! Cause this is that type of day.
No, we good. We good. I just had to get myself together. Yeah, I just walked in the house. So
I am pissed off today, and I'm taking us back to the 1960s. I'm not playing with y'all today. I'm not playing. We're going back to Alabama.
so what had happened?
Oh, you will see it in this video. This mother Tucker sit up here, and they did a video with the 4 damn blind mice and shit. But it wasn't the fact that they did the video. It's the fact that they have crossed over to the manosphere. And okay, I will explain it in the video. But like I said, it was the damn it was what they said in the comments that got to me. I care about our people. Obviously, the plan has worked. This is why I don't do gender bullshit. That's why I gotta take us back to when we was one. When the men spoke, it wasn't about freaking women. It was about our rights, our equality, the things that was done wrong. Not talk about a bunch of and then I'm gonna show that we was always one. All this bullshit about traditional no, let's let history speak for itself. I don't want to hear shit, not from you, bro. I don't want to hear nothing about freaking Africa. I don't want to hear nothing about the Yorubas, the Rebes. I don't want to hear about the freaking Indians. I don't want to hear about the spirits. I want to show what we went through. This our history. This what our peoples had to go through. Nobody will speak about that enough. They want to keep taking us someplace we don't know enough. We don't know about that shit. We ain't study that shit. We ain't do that shit. And you hit that shit on the freaking head. Everything always sort of kind of corresponds with what you say. But that because just in case people don't believe you, your sister here to back you up. And I just let the video speak for itself. You know your sister got you. Just in case they think you're too harsh or something. I don't want to know. You speak freaking facts. Nothing but facts. And I'm pissed off. And I ain't got no damn grapefruit juice. My ruby red grapefruit juice. I'm really, really pissed off. But I let the video speak for itself. So I'm not showing the whole thing. I just did this earlier. Hey, Rain Baby. Hey, Blanchy Pooh. But we got a lot of shit. We're gonna stop this shit, especially on here. And Now we're gonna get back to this. We really care. We wouldn't really care. We wouldn't care about it. Well, say, how you up here 3 times? God. Yeah. She usually do 2 times. But she up here 3 times. I'm not putting that other one up. I don't know who that strange man is in that picture. This is the picture. I'm taking that right back out. I don't know who that is, but he got to go. He got to go. But we are going to have to pick a side. This is not just about manosphere, red pill, and all this other stuff. This is about these cults. They're leeching to these cults because this is how they want women. They want us used, abused, sex objects. You know, and then what they do is they throw in little things that regular men like to hear. They throw in little things. Well, I'm going to open this thing up because this is the purpose of the video. It's really not about them. It's about the comments. Oh, God. Oh, now I don't want to open. Unbelievable. Okay. Real talk with Lady D. And then she just said in a previous video, she had a dream. He belonged in jail. We're gonna go into her in a second. And I like her. But you can't say great interview and then in the most high timing, I will love it in spite of what the naysayers are saying out there. To me, this was one of the best unbiased. No, you should be biased as freaking hell because what you did was invite more people to send them money. And you will see down in the comments, you're going to start seeing nothing but 333. But like I said, I'm going to have to read it over to you. I'm going to have to read it to you guys. You know why I read it to you guys? Because as you see in the video, when I meant to go back, it was gone. The comments was gone. So she says, very great interview. Then he was like, maybe we could do something together. Then she was like, in the most high time, and I would love it in spite of what these naysayers are saying out there. To me, this was one of the best unbiased interviews I have seen so far when it comes to interviewing these people in Carbon Nation, especially the women. Oh, my heart is broken. Oh, my heart is broken as well. Has nothing to do with you, but it's time that we pick a freaking side. Period. Okay? This is the best unbiased interview I have seen so far when it comes to interviewing these people in combination, especially the women. What? Email me. And then this guy goes, on the clock, so powerful. I'm 100%. I'm happy I caught this. Really? Love this, God crumb. Haters need not apply because this is not a non-hate channel. That's by Robin Campbell. Okay, now not the mind. These are cult people. You got to keep saying that. Okay? Sean Hart Fighting Eagle says, beautiful show, brother. Thank you for this one. 100. Thank you for these freaking girls. What I don't know what is there to be freaking thankful about with these 4 fucking blind mice? These women are so holy and talking about how they freaking dress, but he just said out of his own mouth in the previous video, I did not know that. I'm sorry if I'm yelling, but I'm heated. I'm sorry if I'm yelling, but I am heated. Damn it, y'all wait till tonight. Y'all wait till tonight. Ooh, y'all better hope I calm down. Damn it. This is a disgrace. This is a disgrace to our people. It's a freaking disgrace. He just said in his video, the man said, I didn't know Twitter can let you put these things on Twitter. So how these bitches, how these chicks go from they wholesome now, but when you was watching them get their back dug out live on freaking TV and Sucky ducky quack quack. Was they wholesome then? Was they beautiful freaking then? When their legs was spread open like a freaking eagle? When that man say drop down and suck it, oh, you like the fact that he had control over the women and they was, oh, no. Okay, they did that and they private. That's what they do and they private. But you saw these women bodies, you seen them in action. Now you're praising them. Get the funk out of here. Get out of here. Stop it. Oh, they'll be happy to see a non-biased personal channel. What I've been looking for. Oh, because now, and I guarantee you, all the real people who left a comment, I guarantee you that comments were removed. Do not think that all of these were good comments. They just letting you think. And this is another thing that's effed up. They're making you think it was good comments. All good comments, but believe me, it wasn't. Okay, S.L. Smith, damn, I hate I missed the live watching now. This is pure as gold. Needed this. Straight meds for me. Really? After you done seen they whole twat? Okay. Respect to come for this interview. Respect to see three freaking people and nobody people want them so bad that you don't care what happened to that freaking baby. You don't care about the fucking slaps. You don't care about the more they got, and they did this to men and women. Okay, here go Mother Wisdom Tree. We need our village back. Mother Wisdom, did you see they twat? Did you see them getting their back blown? Did you see all the porno shit that they did, Mother Wisdom Tree? Beautiful interview. Goddesses, not as goddesses. They have done things I would never do in my life. In my freaking life. But now they are goddesses. Just put my comments to view before posting facts. Just put my comments to view before. Yeah. So we're gonna finish with these damn comments. I'm gonna go back over these comments tonight. But
Which I'm doing now.
This was amazing. I'm sharing everywhere. Wow. This is all these are freaking men who like the fact that, oh, beautiful, my ladies. Great post. Love our men. Mm-hmm. Sister, Soja Energy. Mm-hmm. This from Maddie Ali. I'm loving this moment. God is on point. Free 3 guard. Repost. These sisters put so much perspective from their meshes to the way they dress has me in awe. Well, you mustn't see when they didn't have freaking nothing on Harlem, baby girl. You must have missed that part. I definitely have a lot of work to do. Don't do their work. This right here was just what I needed to hear as I embarked upon my journey towards righteousness. If you think they ask for righteousness, but they're serving a regular man, you better think again, Harlem, baby girl. Thank you, Crumb. Thank you, Nature Boy and the goddesses. Infinite and eternal blessings. Ain't this some shit? This is beautiful. And we could harness our own energy as a whole in this manner and control clothes, food, labor, and education. Well, you try to do it, Teresa. Sound good, but you gonna want to try to do it. Now, I want you to see as this is true divine feminine, and not to mind you, this is all for donations. They had to cross over to these women hating men to get they go to kick their ass over there because they want. Oh my God, I gotta get Dee on the show. I need her on my show. I'm definitely gonna hit her up because we need to talk. Okay. I would be proud to have any of these women as a sister. James Williams. Oh God, you want them as a sister? Or you want bust a cherry? What you gonna do? what you want to do. But they ain't did no research. Mother Wisdom Tree. I gotta talk to her too. Shit. They need land so they can build a compound away from neighbors. If you're doing what's right, why must you need to be away from people? Yeah, girl. If you are doing what's right, why would you need land away from people so nobody can see what? What don't you want somebody to see that you gotta be way where nobody can see? When nobody can say nothing, you can just do what the funk you want, right? If you're doing so good, you will want to be where people can see you. Because God says, you know, they know you by your work. People know you by your work. So you will want people to see that you in love of God, and you in love, and you don't have to even tell them nothing. They will see it. But if you're doing something you ain't got no business doing, of course you want to go far on the island and some land somewhere so nobody can see all the abuse and everything else that goes on. So these men, even if they don't want to admit it, but what they are doing is accepting abuse. They are accepting abuse. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. These women were abused. These women were broken. Everybody was abused in that house. So the minute you co-sign it, you're saying this is what you accept. Okay? Let's get, oh my God. Wait till we come on tonight. So I had to come on this channel first because then I know I'm definitely not going to be in here long. Okay. Now, 333. I want that support. This was dope. Respect to the master student and the three conscious and his God. What freaking goddesses? 333, amazing. I love the interview. Goddess, who are heaven on earth. Now, these women, I am one. I am. Said they are heaven on earth. I should be really laughing. I should see a bunch of LOLs, right? Now, wow, she said the black woman been helping the white man and white Jesus against the black man. I knew it. They need to be on every show spreading this message. Much love and respect. Shit. And here go Crumb, 100. I was sneaking around a family member who did not know. See, now I keep trying to tell you guys, they keep saying, look at the pictures of, okay, I'm not a follower, a fan of Nature Boy, but this is beautiful. Blessings, salutations, greetings. I would love, listen to this, by Vincent Hall. See, this is where they're going to get more money. I would love to have the support from these sisters like the Crumb. 333. You see this shit? I'm the nicest guy you could ever meet, and I don't get support like this coming from me, a loving black man that sisters don't want. Well, sometimes why sisters don't want you? After I heard them speak, I thought of Shahrazad Ali. People need to leave Shahrazad out of their mouths. 333. Free 333. This is no hate. 333. Free 333. 333. 333. 333. This is what made me disgusted. 333. I see all these fucking now. Everybody else 333. 333. 333. This that bullshit. I am disgusted. They are, hey, NFL, they are beyond delusional. Oh, I saw that damn Brooklyn hat on your head. You don't think I missed that? This is definitely bullshit. And I only want
one I
You
got
ain't
shocked
playing.
at
I
when
got a
seen
bunch
my
of them. You
girl
ain't
on
saying
here.
nothing. You ain't saying.
Who?
You ain't saying nothing.
Huh?
Nothing.
Who you saw on
I'm strolling back up to her right now.
there?
Real talk with Lady D. Let's go to her
Now I'm
real
gonna
quick.
skip her. I'm gonna skip her, but I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all something. So here they go, looking like
We're gonna
that they
skip her.
are control.
You
I
have to go
want,
check out that. But I
and
wanna
the man damn
I
sure
wanna
can't
show
tell
y'all
me
something.
nothing. This how freaky shit is.
Yeah, they had about 15 channels on just Nature Boy, just in his name.
No, I'm talking about the porno stuff, boss lady. Remember, he used to have the links and stuff because people think it just started with Twitter. He was doing that before Twitter, right? With the porno stuff.
He been exploiting them people for a long time.
So everybody. Now watch this, guys. Watch this. So now, do I have to go back? And do I have to go
Watch
back?
this. Watch this. Watch this
On her
bullshit.
head, right?
Watch this. Watch
Now.
this.
This is her community page. Okay. She says here. This only 12 days ago. This is more recently.
Watch this. Y'all want to catch the whole video? Go watch it. Support the other channel. But watch this bullshit. I got new Wi-Fi.
But I need
new Wi-Fi worse than old Wi-Fi.
y'all to place yourself at.
Watch this shit. This is ridiculous. Bootleg ass Wi-Fi.
It's a true mind.
Oh my goodness.
In order to tap into true's mind, you have to know a little bit about spirituality. If you cover him and you're speaking it from a spiritual thing,
Yeah. Look at that shit. Y'all see what just happened? Of course, I didn't see what just happened. Like,
you
fast
see
forward.
that shit, right?
Y'all look at that.
Didn't I just read a good thing? I got this video to prove it with some more stuff there. And it was tipped away. Let me just see if it's further down. Hold up. Now I know we ain't going crazy here. I know we did y'all see that shit? Did you see how it was taken off?
Yeah, they took that shit off.
Yo,
Just that quick.
that's crazy. It's gone. It is gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone, but we got it. It is gone, but we got it. It's gone, but we got it. We got it. So I don't know who's watching, but they went back and said, hey, take that off. Take that off. But it's already here. All you gotta do is rewind it, and it's there. It's there. You can't take that off. It's there. It's there already. It's already stamped. Yeah, they watching us. Y'all saw that. Y'all seen how I just read that whole thing and that was gone, right? So I won't be sharing that part tonight because it's gone. It's gone. Just that quick. Just that quick. Gone.
They not fast enough.
Gone. Just that
No,
quick.
to the left sooner.
What Keith Sweat say? Something just ain't right.
Damn.
Yeah, this is finished. Hey,
Damn.
Monica. That was finished. I got
wish I
pissed
could
off.
have opened it, but I can still read it. We're gonna rewind this. I'm gonna rewind this part tonight. So you ain't gonna tell me how I just read a whole thing and we should conversate. Here's my email, and then I go back to it and that shit's gone. Y'all gonna stop playing. Y'all gonna stop playing with me. Yo, oh no, what did I do? Am I still here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ain't that what you see how that shit was going?
Uh-huh.
But I'm just saying.
Did they do that in the like you think they could have
And-
snapped that off the replay? So that way when it get to a certain point, all the comments is cut.
I know I already have it on my tape. On my
Right.
tape.
But I mean, is it I'm not sure, but isn't that how they do like that? Sometimes they'll go back and they can edit out the comments from the replay.
From theirs.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's what they just did in our face. I'm
Right.
showing you how they did this shit right in our face.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I'm not that technically savvy, but yeah.
No,
I know
all they did was remove it. So when I refreshed it,
oh, okay, then
so
boom.
remember I went out to go into her page.
Yeah.
So then when I refreshed it and came back, shit was gone.
That's crazy.
It was gone. But I'm just saying, as from what you see from the comments, that's there. Come on, bro. Let them have it. Look at this bullshit with the 4 blind mice and they got us and all. Wait till they lucky I don't see the ones showing them they got us asses for real when they all dancing. I want to show you when they dancing and drunk and high and shit. Would you still call their ass goddesses? How like this the hate. And then the hate of women is that bad that all somebody got to do is put on something like that, and it's that easy. It go from, it's instead of, reaching back and helping. Hey, Monique, instead of reaching back and pulling them girls in and, hey, I just gotta put on a shirt above my neck, even though I don't wear no turtleneck. I don't like nothing covering my neck. But it's just that simple that nobody said, well, hey, and then y'all heard or know some about them. And then all of a sudden they got us. What the fuck is this? You got to help me out here, Cap.
Hey, Monique, hey, Monica Anderson. Listen, I'm not too worried about them people making comments. You know why? They can talk that shit over the computer, but ain't none of them going over there. Now, if they send them their money, they support them, that's something different. Hey, Rocky, you can't do nothing. You're going to have those. They always are going to have those people, because it's just like anything else. You got misfits everywhere that want to belong to something. So they're always going to have those people. But I'm not worried about them because they're not getting ready to, sell all that shit and go over to the tropics. You know what I mean? So
the thing is that now it's getting a little more exposure. And then it's coming from people who was so much, that's just like we so much denounce it, right?
mm-hmm.
Now, because one of them, if you don't get down, you always get your ass down. I'm sick of you.
That's the cat.
Bye. How you know? Bye.
The dog in the morning. It's the cat in the evening.
Now, because he be messing up my stuff. Now, the thing is, we can't denounce the women. If you're going to speak the truth, hey, Marlena, if you're going to speak the truth, speak the truth. Don't be 1 minute you do videos on the hateration, and then now it's. I mean, what do we owe? What we owe them to be nice? Are you after all this damn poison they done spread it out to the community? We owe them kindness to hear what? To hear how they support. We don't. Why are we giving us a platform?
That's what I was saying about them talking the truth. It's them. I think what it is those people who give them platforms, they want to have something. They want to be able to keep the story going. They want to be able to keep their content going because they probably don't have anything else to really speak about or cover. So
his platform is good. I like I said, if somebody knew that's different, but you said, remember, he said he was his master student. Remember, he went to his house, yeah, and then you said he stole stuff from you. But I'm seeing this as a trend. I can understand the new people, but then the new people can't get mad if they get trashed because you didn't do no research. You didn't do no research. So now the manosphere people have now I did a little something on manifesto, right?
Mhm.
Now that's what this is now. Oh God, I'm copying shit. I didn't even copy that.
But you know, I think they do know Nature Nuts background, Tony. I think they just, like I said, it's, you know, we like covering the bullshit. They don't want to, you know, I mean, that's just what it is. To be honest, like, that's the way to prolong the story, to talk to them. But what are they really gonna say? You know? So
The thing is, more men, what I'm saying is not about Nature Boy no more. They're showing their true colors. They're showing that, you know, they're showing that this is like she said, I ain't like everything Nature Boy was doing, but he got his women like G.I. Jane and this and making it seem like, you know, they're fighting for a man. Now we got the people. Now we got they being that they're in Manosphere and they have a Manosphere manifesto. Let's check this out. Welcome to the Manosphere. A brief guide, right? So we already know. Look who started it.
what's up, my
Look who started it, right? Now, was it a black man who started it? No, right? Now, MRM, that's Man Rights Movement, a loose network of groups and activists who believe men are oppressed class. Most adherents consider Warren Farrell to be the intellectual father of men's rights. You will have to now explain to me when men didn't have rights. I'm not saying that they wasn't slighted sometime, but that was like no more than 50, 60 years ago. And that's because the higher up people, their kids was having babies and the men's was leaving them. So they did something to bring them in right on back. It was never about us, number one. So you will have to explain to me in men existence, besides the American black man, when didn't men have rights? When they wrote all the laws, number one, okay? An early a Father's Manifesto, an early MRM website that combined calls from paternal custody rights, was claimed that blacks should be exiled and Catholic priests were sexually abusing children as a plot to spread AID. Note the rest, okay? Now, A Voice for Men, founded in 2009 by a truck driver, Paul Anlam, to expose misandry of all levels. Now a hub of the movement is aimed at those turned off by the fringe politics of other men's rights reform. Again, you will have to prove when men didn't have rights. And what rights are you talking about? Child support is not a right. Better women is not a right. All of these are not rights. These are not things that have been taken away from you. These are things that you did not have to fight for. Okay? Child support means you still got your child. You just got to pay child support. And the judge made you pay child support, right or wrong, but it still didn't take away your rights. Okay? Now we have the National Coalition for Men. These are the different things that people is classifying. It's good to know these things. A nonprofit group that raises awareness about the way sex discrimination affects men and boys. Its leaders has filed lawsuits challenging registration for the draft and seeking defund. And see, look, keyword, seeking to defund shelters for battered women. Why not work together? Why would you defund shelters for battered women when y'all could just work together? A battered person is a battered person. Why would you seek to defund shelters for battered women? Okay?
That's another way See, they sneak legislation and they sneak bills in like that because people don't pay attention to that. It, like you said, logically, why would you defund a better women shelter? Because then what happens to those women who you turn away? They may be forced to stay in those abusive situations, and then so on and so forth, not to get too deep. But you see, these are the kind of things they sneak in the news, and we have to pay attention to, amongst all the other noise and, and BS that they throw out there and distract us with. Pay attention to stuff like this. Right now, most people don't realize they're trying to overturn Roe v. Wade, and so.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
But see, people think they're hurting the women. No, they're hurting again. This is men hurting men. Because if you think y'all crying about child support now, if you think y'all crying about bitter women now, imagine if that woman is forced to have your kid and you're forced to pay child support. Y'all men should be on the first ones on the picket line. I'm just saying. Oh, snap. Thank you. Somebody made it rain. Eric made it rain. Eric made it rain. Oh, let me get somebody make it rain. Thank you, love. I'm going to make it rain right now. Eric made it rain. He made it rain. He made it rain. I mean, she made it rain. She made it rain. Thank you, love. I appreciate that.
Also, pay attention to, ladies. It's men making decisions about, your uterus and,
Yeah. Our uterus in y'all pockets. You know what I'm saying? Our uterus in y'all pockets.
Yep.
So some of y'all men should really be worried about this. Okay, now we got the red pills. In the classic sci-fi film, which we know where it comes from, the hero must choose between swallowing the blue pill, which will allow them to remain in a pleasant, illusionary world, or a red pill, which opens his eyes to the reality which he is enslaved in. In men rights, okay, what rights does men don't have? Complaints and rights are two different things. That realize that men, not women, are oppressed. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, ever. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Now we got the pickup artists that you will hear PUA. Remember, these are some of the things you need to learn because these are the things they talk about all the time. Now, the PUA is the self-proclaimed or expiring alpha males who attempt to seduce women through a system of psychological gambits called the game. Notable PUA figures include Rosh, blah, 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 Return of the King's website, who has published a collection of sex travel guides, such as Bang Brazilian, in which he writes, poor flower chicks are very easy, but quality is a serious problem. So now we got the pickup artists, right? So when you hear
that brings the sex trafficking aspect into the game internationally.
Exactly.
They got posts all over South America, Indonesia, far as it's just different places in the world that it's known that, that those are places to go where you can exploit women, where you can, all kind of things. And, because the laws are lax in a lot of those places and they know that. So that's how these people, it seemed like they got a wide reach. They really don't. They just know a few, other people that do the same type of stuff they do. And they all, they come together and this is what they do. A sex traffic. That's what it all boils down to.
Now we got the anti-slut defense, the ASD. Okay. Tactics that pickup artists believe women use to dodge responsibility for sex. Have mercy. How do you dodge responsibility for sex? But these are the terms that they use.
No responsibilities. Sugar, you ain't never dodged no responsibility for no sex.
How do you do that? It's between two people. I'm supposed to go to Bullhorn. Hey, I had sex today.
That's a new term.
I
Hey,
asked
they come up.
yesterday.
They got all kind of new terms today. I just have no idea what they mean. I thought I was low.
Oh my God. Okay. To dodge sex responsibility for sex, such as offering token resistance or claim it afterward, they were too drunk to say no. So what is that saying? That is saying that
Excusable bait. That's what that
exactly.
sounds like.
All right.
That's what that
There you
sounds
go.
like.
Okay. But these remember this says the word manosphere. So this is what they are about. Let me
And
just
see,
roll up again. Let me just roll up so y'all can see. This says manosphere, a beef god. This is our manosphere, right? This is our Kevin Samuels and the rest of them. Go ahead, bro.
They got a white dude up there. How you know? But see, that's a dangerous term, because when you say manosphere, that includes all of us. Even though I'm not saying most women do, but a lot of women will just include, especially if you have an opinion, you know. But we have to listen to each other still. But this kind of stuff, you got to realize this ain't got nothing. If that's the manosphere, then I don't include me in that. They talking crazy.
But as you see, this is manosphere.
Yeah.
So I
Mother Jones is one of the biggest.
Like, a lot of men don't realize that when they say, yeah, I'm doing this. Look, a brief guide to the controversy. Welcome to the manosphere. Okay. Welcome to the manosphere. And if y'all ever hear, and they do use these terms, right? So what term we on now? Incel, which we hear a lot, right? A man who is involuntarily celibate and feels that women owe him X. Okay, described himself. What I hear incels all the time, right? But damn, he is involuntarily celibate. So
See,
now y'all know what incel means.
I never see. That's a new term for me. But just dig how
I've
he
heard
said
it plenty of times, but I never knew what it meant to
he
now.
said involuntarily celibate.
And feels that women owe him sex.
It almost seems like, again, they're trying to make a case for justifiable bait, because it's like he's celibate, but not of his own will. So, like, if he do slip up and take some, he couldn't help it because he was. Come on, I mean, like, what are you talking about? Involuntarily celibate?
And them other men also, if I'm taking you out for dinner, you gotta give me something.
You know you supposed, yeah.
And you know,
y'all been knowing them dudes in high school.
Which we always hear this in the manosphere, but we didn't put it together with the involuntary celibate.
But you know what? This is the thing I say too. All women know them type of dudes. All women know those type of dudes. And for the most part, you stay away from them. It's like they reiterating things that's kind of like, okay, we know that, but we know that it's weird dudes like that because they take you out to eat or take you to a concert, they think they're entitled to X. So, yeah. Okay, but you know, I don't know what they're trying to say.
Let's finish with the rules. These are the rules now. What is that? A far fate? A site for those who feel disillusioned by the PUA movement, which we read up there, who blame women for his sexual frustration. Okay? Until you give men like Roger a way to have X, either by encouraging them to learn the game, seek out a Thai wife, or engage in legalized prostitution. This is what, and if you listen to a lot of go to a lot of their pages, this is what they're doing without us knowing the term. I told you, you got to learn the terms and stuff. So when you see it, you know what they're doing. How many times you've been on Fresh and Fit and stuff like that, and they have spoke upon stuff like this, right? It is inevitable for another massacre. This is a massacre, guys. This is a massacre to occur, right? So men, basically, men are they are sexually frustrated, and when they want it, they gotta get it. So you have to teach them game to get it, and that's what you see. I don't even know these other men names, but I know their faces, right? So this is what they're doing, and I see it. I just didn't have a term for it. So what they do is they teach them the terms, and then when we seen it done, so when we hear it, it sounds like, yeah, they're playing with us. They won't give it to us, but this is what it's saying, right? Until you give men like Roger a way to have sex by either encouraging them to learn the game. That's what all these YouTube channels like that are for. It's teaching them to learn the game, right? Or seek out a Thai wife, not necessarily a Thai wife. They mean a woman that's not in this country that probably, not, I'm not going to say they are, but probably come from, they've been born poor and their family is struggling. So of course they're going to come here and do whatever would you like, and don't give them no problem. And yes, sir, yes, Lord, no, Lord. Okay.
But you know the problem with that?
Or legalize prostitution. Go ahead, bro.
Well, they turn to prostitution because the problem with the first scenario that you were saying about, and you have to have money and be able to go over to the Middle East and get a Thai wife or a Vietnamese wife, or a lot of those countries where women are exploited, and they'll marry you to come over here and they'll bow, and like you said, all of that. But again, you got to have money to do that. And at the same time, they're telling you
don't, because even if you got $5 in your pocket, it's a lot more than what they have.
Of course, but I'm saying the type of men that are able to, go over to Far East Asia, and pick them one of those type of wives, you have to have money. But even just without saying that, it's like they're almost giving them excuse, saying this is the reason why, and you have to encourage them. Wait a minute, like, what are we talking about? We have to. It's like they making excuses for grown men not being able to just function normally.
Now, black men attach themselves to this, but let's go. So that's the far fate, right? Now we on a gamer 8, whatever.
What?
Nicole,
write me down.
A gamer 8, okay? An ongoing conflict that pits traditional video games enthusiasts against feminists and others who call for game culture to become more inclusive. Misogyny and violent threats are a hallmark of the online controversy.
That's crazy.
But they want to attach themselves to this, right? Now we got the 4chan. Have you ever heard of 4chan? Now we got the 4chan.
I just know 2 Chainz. I don't know about no 4chan. 2 Chainz, I know.
Okay.
This is crazy.
4chan. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Stop attaching yourself to stuff. An anonymous and often graphic online forum used by gamesters to strategize about revenge tactics, and by hackers who post stolen ood photos of celebrities and stuff like that. So that's what Nature Boy did. He did a 4chan. Now we know when he did that to Velvet, and that was a 4chan. So now we can just call it what it is. He did a 4chan. You know what I'm saying? Now, an 8chan. That this is what Nature Boy come to realize. A 4chan is an anonymous form that gamesters, I'm just gonna say gamesters, but anyway, started using after 4chan banned their threads. A subreddit, a forum on the social sharing site Reddit, also known as the front page of the internet. Gamers, PUA followers, and other Congress and dedicated. Okay, whatever. Now we got the honey badge, right? The honey badge. The honey badge is what we see them like I call her what's that chick I call her? Damn it. I call her the hyena. And all them chicks, what's that other chick that was there when Kevin Samuels was there? Then now next thing you know, she was on O'Shea and her shit just blew. Her shit just blew. She was like effing him, and then one time like she was effing him. The same woman who talk about 35-year-old women, we should be more feminine, and we should be more this, and we should be more that, and over 35. But now this chick over 40 with 2 kids, she a single mom, but they forgot to throw that part in, right? But a group of mostly female supporters of the men right movement. I'm telling you, this manosphere got shit down pat. And this shit all makes sense. Okay? It's a weekly online radio show features such topics as the 13 creepiest females' behaviors, including a humorless vagina. So these are all the women who talk down on other women because they are supporters of the men's rights, which they still haven't told us what these rights are. Okay, now we got the Mangina, what some men rights activists call a man who supports feminism. Now they keep saying feminism because they're taking feminism out of hand. Because now you have to really break down feminism, right? Now, can a woman say we didn't have rights? Yes, we got proof to back it up. The men don't have proof of them not having rights. Okay? And I'm talking about us as a whole. Not just black or white, but I'm talking about us men as a whole and women as a whole. Okay? Social justice warrior. I'm forgetting these damn things. What MRA? We went through an MRA already. I forgot what that means already. And gangsters call someone who advocates equal rights for women and minority. I guess they don't like that. Now we get to men going their own way, which we know that stands for MGTOW, right? We know that stands for MGTOW. A faction that vows to avoid contact in relationship with women because they think women will inevitably treat them as disposable utilities. So that's why y'all went your own way. Where y'all go?
Wow.
Where did you go? And you notice they did not put MGTOW there, right? Wow. Everything else they broke down, but you notice they didn't say MGTOW, men going their own way. Why was that? Everything else was broken down. Why didn't it just say MGTOW, right? Anything? Okay. So now we know what the manosphere is about, right? Now we know it's about that just went. I had to show that because it went with that video on Crumb TV. It goes together, and that's why I keep saying this is deeper. Us regular folks, we can't be like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because in all reality, how old are we? We're at the age where a lot of things people said made sense. I'm quite sure nothing that none of them have really truly said you have not heard before. When have women, these women not had a big mouth? How many times men have said, make sure your woman respect you? How many times a woman that, these things we have always heard. And then they say it's a voice for the man. We always, somewhere down the line, old as you are, or old as we are,
right?
If we never heard this ever, then we should be ashamed of ourselves.
Right. You're not even talking to normal people. The people who are saying, like you said, if you never heard what they're saying and you think that's so profound and so deep and powerful, something is wrong with you, just like it's something wrong with them. Because that's the only way that any of that BS would even resonate with you or even make sense. The average person sitting here in this chat is laughing like, what are them idiots talking about? The same old stuff. So you got to think about the people that's listening to them, but they encouraging a whole lot of weird ass behavior. Like, that's crazy. It's like they making antisocial. Marquise, I was just getting ready to say that. It's like they encouraging antisocial behavior and they're making an excuse for it. You know, like, we can't do that. Like, I mean, what type of grown person needs to be told the things that they're saying?
To call somebody godfather or who's next. And like I said, it's a lot of, like, even with the O'Sheas, and you notice they make it their business. The Tommies, they make it their business. Yeah, Tom, it pissed you off too much? That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's inspired this one. But his video, I don't care about the video. I care about this man is going to be because if you notice, they kept saying, oh, he gets everything he needs. I want to see a video, go watch it. He gets everything that he needs, and we women, we're going to take care of our man, and we've been turned to go again. When? Okay, now I want to know when we was taught to turn against our men. I just like to know when, because I'm gonna go back a little bit, and I want to. These are the type of men I'm used to. God damn it, I'm always touching something. These are the type of men that this is an old video of mine. It's very old. But y'all don't be coming to class, so y'all don't get to see it. Let me see. We're gonna go back to 1963. I'm taking you back to 1919 another day. We don't go back to now. I'm going back to 1919. I'm taking us further because I have to go back, and I'm going to do the welfare reform. I'm going to go to what happened why I really had to leave the house. I'm going to start erasing you're not going to notice it, Sat, but I'm going to start erasing some of your comments. Because it has to make sense, because you're not going to keep on, hey, my baby Sincere, you're not going to keep on disturbing the channel, throwing something out there that, no, we on something serious now. Sometimes we play, we joke, but sometimes, and nobody's going to do it but me, maybe my brother, but if we see something, we're not going to say nothing. We're just going to start erasing it. So make sure you say stuff that makes sense. There's no way people got to really break down what a feminist is. And yeah, because women fight for some things, that's because we really didn't have rights. Now, once it intrude, and now hopefully I made that word up too. Yeah, now I make up words. Once it intrude in men's life, now we have a problem. Now, if it's something to get yourself better, that's good. But once it intrude in the men's life that you love, now we have a problem. You can't get mad because we wanted to vote too. Can't get mad. Can't get mad. You can't get mad because, and you can't say that we was not always in school, because the video I'm getting ready to show in 1963, guess where women was at? In school. Before that, guess where women was at? In school. Women always had jobs, but it was low paying jobs. But a lot of us brought a lot of information to the men. The men took our ideas and their business flourished. A lot of women knew they could be doctors. They fought to be doctors. So when it's containing things like that, that's fine. But when you're going against them, just have no reason but to go against a man because of your personal feelings or just that's not right. That has nothing to do with equal rights. Fighting for, because we did that as Black people too. Oh, I did a show on women's rights. Sat wasn't in class, and I showed the different waves, and I also showed when it started. And it didn't start with us. It did not start with us. But you got to ask yourself, what was the purpose of feminism? What was the purpose of women's rights? How was women treated that they decided to say, you know what, enough? But I only can speak upon my people right now. That's all I can do. But this is what I'm talking about. See, instead of men talking about women all day, because this is what I'm used to.
Further proof is accurate.
If y'all want to see the whole video, check out my video.
Demonstration such as have been.
May 11th, the A.G. Gaston Motel and the home of Reverend A.D. King are bombed. President Kennedy sends U.S. troops to military bases near Birmingham.
I call upon all the citizens of Birmingham, both Negro and white, to live up to the standards their responsible leaders set last week in reaching the agreement. To realize that violence only breeds more violence, and that goodwill and good faith are most important now to restore the atmosphere in which last week's agreement can be carried out. There must be no repetition of last night's incidents by any group. This government will do whatever must be done.
Remember, if you want to see the whole video, go check it out. 1963, the Children March. What happened? That's my video. Go check it out. But this is what I'm used to our men talking about. Not gaming women and how to control the women and telling women what they need to do. This is what they spoke upon. This is what real men did. This is why these men are so respected. And you ain't hear nothing about feminism then. Why? Because we were one. We were one. We taking on problems that ain't got nothing to do with us. As we see, the manosphere was not started by us.
Tony, y'all gonna have to understand that y'all gonna have to be more understanding to the gamers, because that affects our manhood when you don't allow us to express ourselves freely and play the game without nagging.
We're gonna nag forever. And we always gonna have menace for Mars.
That's what they saying. Is that what they really saying? Like now like that's crazy though. Like so they saying that's a problem with women because women don't understand that men want to play the game. I mean, listen, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, that's like hobby time. So a woman wouldn't care if you're doing whatever else you're supposed to do around. Now, if you ain't doing shit around the house and you ain't never helping her with the kids and you ain't never, then yeah. But I'm saying that shouldn't even be a thing with grown adult people. Like you got to argue about that shouldn't even be a thing. Like they trying to say men are
coffee
be able to be that immature to where they literally get into an argument because they can't play the game. Like that's my grandkids don't even. That's crazy. Like I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, when did it become so bitch made? Like I don't know. My bad.
The thing is, a lot of things that they're trying, a lot of things that are in-house personal, they made it seem like it's all men or all women. Like if your woman got a big mouth, that's personal. You're in the house or your chick. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's a personal argument, or that's a personal thing where you have to learn how to communicate with each other. But that's personal. To make it a thing that all women mouth, you know, that you need to be accountable for men. Let's like, it's some deadbeat dads, but we can't hold all men accountable for deadbeat dads. You got women twerking. We can't hold all women together for twerking to make it to whereas all we, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, this is what we need to go back to as people. And this is why we cannot, because all these different things we attached ourselves to. And the this is why they don't like the lower class females. I'm not talking about the ones who does abuse and stuff like that. Because they're not falling for the bullshit. They're not attaching themselves to the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because if all of us attach ourselves to the bullshit, and then remember, in their mind, you're calling them dumb and stupid and uneducated, but in reality, they're smarter than a lot of them because they're not attaching themselves to the things that the manosphere did not belong to us. It had nothing to do with us. As you see, I showed y'all the picture. Feminism had nothing to do with us. Had nothing to do, a lot of things had nothing, like the boule had nothing to do with us. Sororities had nothing to do with us. Because it keeps, every time they put something out there, it separates us more and more and more from the things that is important. Then up until whatever day that happened in Buffalo and other places, this why we ain't ready, or this why, you know, we not together. This is why things are still happening. Not saying that if us together, we was together then and it was still happening. But you know what I mean? Because now we all so separated and we pulled in so many different directions. But the worst thing you could do to us is have a gender war. I can understand a bunch of women, men, because that's all women do, talk about men all day. They've been that since the beginning of time. That's all we did. The men went out there, they took care of their business, and they left the women over there. They ain't even hear half the stuff we were saying. They was out doing men stuff.
Right. That's why I'm saying, if you're arguing with a man about how much time he spent playing the game, then you probably not having the real type of conversations that you really need to be having within that relationship, because that wouldn't even be a thing with two people who are trying to have a relationship and move forward and progress. Like, that wouldn't be a thing. I play the game. I have a system, but I don't play the game to the point where my wife have to say, damn, baby, can you clean up? Can you get off the game and spend some time with me? It's just there. It's just like anything else. There's books on the shelf. If I don't have anything else to do, I'll grab a book and jump in my chair and I'll read. Same thing with the game. Now, I mean, what are we really talking about? Because if you're arguing about that type of shit, like you were saying, you're not out doing man shit. You're not having man conversations with your woman, because that's, I don't know, that just sounds crazy to me. Maybe I'm too.
No, but why are you crying? But again, that's by design. And this is what I'm trying to explain. Or that's by design.
Right. You're right.
And
100%.
then I also showed you where the women play the role in it. You understand what I'm saying? That's where you got what is, I call her hyena so much I forgot her name, but maybe her name don't need to be mentioned because I don't want nobody to go check her out. But right. I was going to show you, anytime you disrespect a woman, this is why I don't disrespect men or women. I just don't do it. But folks don't know that you got that right, Coffee. They don't know their roles. But women played a very, very important part in everything that changed with us. And men don't want to have to accept it, but history shows that it do. And before y'all argue with me, I'm going to go through different things in history to show you it was always a woman mouth first that made the men move. In this video right here, I'm going to show you it wasn't even just a woman's mouth. It was a child. It's a freaking child.
What made Will Smith move? A woman's mouth. Her look.
Oh, just call her hyena. Thank you, Blanche. I'm going to start blasting their ass, too. I don't like nothing that tear us apart. But let's go. I started off with him because I wanted to show you what men was talking about back then. I wanted to show you what men was talking about back then. And you need to know, I'm telling you, in 1963, you need to check this video. Women, I'm saying women, children is what changed a lot of shit. It wasn't even grown-ups. It took young girls to have heart. So now you're telling these girls to do this and to do that and how they should act and be more feminine. Okay, so Alabama wouldn't have been changed if women were so feminine. But let's check this out. I play my gaming system too, and I never liked the games. I'm just so competitive. I'm like, I can't afford me buying games every day. So when I get mad, I smash it in the wall. I have to buy another one. I play it again. And I probably smash it in the wall or drop it on the floor. I can't afford these things. So I don't play them.
Preserve order, protect the lives of its citizens, and to uphold the law of the land.
The situation's quiet at the present time. We are hopeful that this matter, as the President.
Assistant Attorney General.
And people forgot what happened during this time. What happened during this time? Being that, I just want to ask, what else happened? Before I play this video, what else happened in this 1963? Being that we got African culture so down pat, right? And we don't even know what part of Africa. People got all these studies, all these voodoos, all these rituals. They got all this stuff from different places of Africa, India, where the Buddha live, and where all these different people live. But I'm waiting for somebody to tell me what else happened here in 1963. What else happened? Well, what happened? What happened? I guarantee you can tell me about the Orisha. I bet you can tell me about the Aruba. I bet you can tell me all that other stuff. No, that wasn't the civil rights movement, darling. No. What else happened in 1963? We know stuff that goes so far back to have nothing to do. What else happened here?
Right. See, you'll hit someone with that. They can tell you what happened in ancient Egyptian, ethology, the whoever's, but they can't tell you what happened in actual real life things that changed.
To our people, to our great grandparents.
Right.
Because you have to remember, a lot of them, I keep telling people all the time, what's the Baltimore? My Baltimore boy was here, and he will realize that, hello, we all started out from the South, but okay, this before integration. No, what else happened here? We know the story. Malena, baby, no, darling. He was not passing. He was an early Martin Luther King here. He was early. He was an early Martin Luther King here. So he wasn't passing. We ain't talking about games. We're not talking about games. Let's get back to this. My entire family, my mother's side turned Muslim in 1962 and 3. Okay, that was only on one side. But then again, this is 1963. What? And even though they was Muslim, we still should know what happened. Because even if they turned Muslim, now they learned what happened there. But they still was living here. What else? And I know y'all know. Because y'all gonna be like, yeah, I knew that happened. I knew that. I just did not know the year. But a lot of things took place here that changed history. I'm waiting. Now, James will give us a lot of history. Where's that, James? No Vietnam, Marquise. No. Okay, I let the video speak. So now I don't want to hear about nobody else come up here talk about no sutras and what you call the sutras and what you call that other shit they do. They say we have when they sit like a whatever. I'm gonna let y'all see it. I ain't giving y'all no hint. That's why I played the whole video. What you call that? Damn, what's the word I'm looking for, bro? That they always talk about. No, it wasn't JFK.
Say again.
What they always talking about when they talk about the third eye and all the rest of that other stuff. Hey, Soft Glow, that other stuff that we need to do. That's why we meditate and all that shit.
Maya.
Something with the body, the chakras.
Chakra.
Yeah,
Oh,
and they always talk about the chakras and all this different stuff. They ain't gonna tell us what happened to our people though. They'll tell you all about the chakras. We'll hear all that. We'll hear about the womb, man. The womb. The baby boomers. No, Miss Leo. Hey, baby. Let's let the video speak. If I fast forward through some of it, that's because y'all don't be coming to class. Go back, support the video. half woman, half hyena. Ain't no daggone hip. We ain't nowhere near no hippies. Hippies would no, honey. This wasn't time for no hippies. Don't guess, baby. I got you.
Will refuse to do so. Katzenbach will
After this commercial break.
the Guard Armory, where they were headquartered. He will federalize the National Guard. General
fast
Graham
forwarded too much.
will come back, ask the governor to step aside. He will do so.
Required on the University of Alabama to carry out the final and unequivocal order of the United States District Court of the Northern District of Alabama. That order called for the admission of two clearly qualified young.
Who remember these young guys? Look like one of them I know.
Alabama residents happen to have been born Negro.
Well, I would just like to say that I'm glad that the registration is over and everything is over now. I think we can get down to studying. This is our main purpose here, and I'm glad
hold up.
that it has all been over now, and all we have to do now is get down, go get our books, and start studying.
Hold up.
That's all.
She's so pretty.
I'd like to say that at this time, this is our first and final press conference. And we'd like to say that we are very happy to note that our registration has taken place without incident. And we hope that we will be able to get on to our main purpose for being here, and that is get an education.
Voter applicants. August.
To the white race. Yo, I don't care where I go. My birthday is always cemented on something. God damn. I had to that's a special damn day. I don't care what I watch. My birthday is always cemented on something. My birthday is a lot of history books. God damn.
You know why I love men from that era? Because they wasn't in no gang. They didn't have a lot of organizations formed. I know the NAACP, but they wasn't like them men they was willing to die and did.
Look who looked it up. Look who looked it up. Look who looked it up. But
all right.
But
all right.
That's not just what happened, but that's one of the things that happened what I was looking for. But you looked it up really quick. Well, go ahead. She looked it up.
Yeah, but that's what we're about. We're about information, research, learn that history. That'll give you a whole different outlook about how you see things right now. Just a look. We know we can't go back to the beginning of time, but go back to see what your grandmother, like sometimes I used to say, why my granny feel like this? Or, why my grandfather, but then when I would stuff like this, watch films, I had to do this on my own because back then the internet it didn't exist. So, but when I found out, then I was like, oh, okay. Then it kind of showed me and framed how I want to move. I can't be no coward when my granddaddy got his head whooped by police and, for doing nothing but walking through the street. You think I ain't gonna get out there? I got a vest and a gun now. You tripping. I'm front line. Stop playing with me. That's how I had that form my manhood because of the men I saw. So that's why I always try to tell these brothers, like, you don't have to be that OG. Just be a guide for them to say, hey man, listen, this is information that I know. If you don't believe me, this is where you could check it out. And then you judge for yourself. That's how you inspire kids. And then they'll come back to you like, hey, OG, I looked up what you said, man, and that was deep. And then we'll start a conversation from there. So anyway, I'm gonna mute up.
I'm trying to find the part when they was in the daggone church and Martin Luther King came down to the church, baby. After they called his ass up in there, and he was like, it's going to take for us to go to jail. That's the part that she didn't mention. We have to go to jail.
They'll go to jail.
And you got to remember, these are not adults. That's the main part. That's why I said the Children's March. That's why Cassette looked it up so quick.
That's exactly what it was called, the Children's March, for that reason, because these were high school kids. You got to understand.
Public school, yeah. But when you see, it got to the point, I'm not going to show because y'all going to support the video.
Be around me because we were so close in age.
And this part broke me. of the kids that passed, these were the people that were in the bomb. They was in the church when they, and it's still, remember, these people are still living. These people are telling their story. This is not old. The people you see there now are living now, telling their story. So anytime you do not respect your elders, I'm not talking about even they hoochie coochie, they've been through some things, even if they on drugs or something, they've been through something. I'm not talking about the young dopies that ain't been through nothing. I'm talking about the older ones. Some of them went to a war they ain't had nothing to do with. Some of them got stuck in that war they did not want to go. They were forced to go into a war and come back. And everybody getting saluted and thank you for your services. And they still came back to segregation. Ain't that some shit? Just when they thought, hey, I want.
She loved to draw. She was so sweet. She wasn't afraid of anything.
Cynthia was what we might call today a soulmate. Cynthia was adopted. And what I remembered most about her, she was very petite.
That's the girl who passed.
They were laughing and talking.
Remember, this is them now. This is them now. This is not an old video. This is them now.
And then I hurried. I said, well, let me get these.
I was looking over from the sink.
No, she broke me.
When she reached her hand out to tie the sash, and all of a sudden I heard a loud sound. Boom. And I called out Eddie's name about 3 times. First I had to call Jesus because it scared me. It scared me so bad. And I said, Eddie.
Hey, babies.
And I couldn't see nothing because the debris, the glass and stuff got in my eyes, and it blinded me instantly. And all of a sudden,
that lady right there, the way she told that story, bro, I wanted to sit there and cry. I tell you, no lie. Because you could still see it in her face as she's telling the story.
and when they came in, they came straight in, and
you see, they took that. Do y'all catch the picture? Do you see the picture here? Look what the bomb done did. Look what the bomb done did. Look, it took away his face.
Threw the face
Y'all
off,
done
G.
had no business having that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what color he is.
Threw the face off
Y'all
of
know what color is Joshua. Y'all know the color of Joshua. It ain't that color.
They didn't destroy the body. They took away the
But the strategy was that Birmingham was ground zero. So you want to bring
I fast forwarded too much. I just want you to see why you need to give women more respect. This is to show you, stop with the traditional bullshit. When were we ever traditional? I'm gonna go back to a lot of different parts of our history.
Can I say one thing real quick too?
Bro.
Before I forget, Sugar Love, speaking of women, speaking of children, little girl, 9 years old, look it up. Brown versus Board of Education. That's the only reason that we can go to school with white folks right now.
Ruby Bridges.
A little girl was 9 years old and endured the Ku Klux Klan. Yes.
Ruby Bridges.
She endured being spit on by grown white people, calling her nigger. They had to bring the National Guard in to escort this little girl to school. But guess what? She went every day.
Yes, that is Ruby Bridges.
That's the type of stuff that made me like, you know what I'm saying? For real, when I see the pictures of this little bitty tiny black girl with
Always
two
a girl.
and you see the faces of the crowd. They just made a line on both sides of her. From the time she got off the bus to the school, they trying to spit on her. They got to have the police And the
Mhm.
police ain't really protecting her, but she went to school. She just looked straight ahead and went to school every fucking day. Who could do that? How many of us? And that was a young girl who is now a grown woman and still alive.
Mm-hmm. Ruby
So
Bridges, check her out. Check out.
yeah.
We might do the
Anyway,
story of Ruby Bridges.
yeah.
We might do the story, but again, you cannot tell what they can talk about. Well, traditional women and modern women. That's not our fight. You better be putting your women up. What you should be doing is trying to restore that woman instead of calling her modern, and stop saying, oh, she in love with her job or she wants to be the job. Baby, hello, we had us women, I'm sorry to tell you, we had to kick in the damn door for y'all men to come in.
And you know what? And I'm gonna just say this real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, and I'm
No,
gonna shut up.
interrupt all you want.
But it made me think about, again, we're the men, but this ironies like this don't miss me. Rosa Parks had to get tired. You know, it was plenty of black men that was tired and said, I want to get up and get it for in his mind. I don't get it back myself. Who sat down and said, I don't give a damn what y'all do. Beat me, want to call the police and drag me off, and I'm not moving. I worked all day, I'm tired. I paid my fare just like these white folks. I'm sitting right here. That was a woman. Stop letting these weak ass niggas tell y'all act off your emotions. Well, why didn't no man act off their emotions and say, I'm tired,
Oh
boss?
shit, he preaching now.
You're gonna have to beat me. It took a woman to get tired enough to say, you understand what I'm saying? We gotta look, this shit like that should miss us. It don't miss me. But I'm just saying, and I'm gonna shut up because see, I'm getting in my feels right now.
No, but my thing is that we need to, instead of trying to put them in the kitchen, not to mind you, we was in the kitchen. We was also doing other things too for our people. We need to restore that. We was never no, yes, my lord, no, them other people cultures. That's not our culture. We always have the freaking fight. We, and I say we because I cannot exclude the man. Doesn't matter who started it. The point was when push came to shove, we stood together. We stood together. It's just like a woman right now. And you don't care how your woman is, let another man. I don't care how much you and your wife argue. I don't care if her mouth is terrible. I do know that if a man come to your wife, he ain't gonna see your wife. He gonna see you.
Right. And the whole thing is, like always, like I hear these dudes say, man, you got to put women in their place. Listen, you don't have to put a woman in her place when she already knows her place and you know your place. Then nobody has to be put in place. Places are already assumed if you playing your position and you playing your role within that relationship. So it's not about putting somebody in their place. Let people do what they do, because you're going to get great shit from both sides. But, don't squash your woman down. The best thing you could do for her is let her be great, even if it's some shit that you don't understand. I'm talking to men now. Even if it seems crazy to you, let her live her dream, because what she's going to do in response is she's going to give everything to whatever it is that is her dreams and aspiration. And she's going to get that to you for letting her do that, whether that's taking care of the baby so she can do this or doing that or working a little side hustle and make sure whatever it might be. It's small things we could do, but we got to come together. We got to have an understanding on a real basic level. If we gonna even be together, we have to look at the way we look at each other. Look at these people. Look at it. Look at what our grandparents, a lot of us don't know what our grandparents went through. Watch this shit, man. Women had to know that they men was going out and putting their life on the line. You know what I mean? And they held the household down. They raised our parents who raised us. So you got to realize, man, like let women flourish and be them. You ain't got to never put no woman in her place, because a woman who respect you, she's not going to get so far out of pocket where you have to put her in her place because she know her position because you playing yours correct. That's it. I'm going to shut up. I'm done.
And then which page? I did get one of my page taken, but not the Tony page. The other page got taken. and that was because of Miss Velvet, the one y'all love.
We not saying her name. I'm slapping your hand.
Oh God!
Strong jaw.
Oh,
Strong jaw.
damn! Like you slapped my hand. Yeah. Yep. Now, remember, this the young Dr. Martin. I don't even know who was the doctor at the time. I think it was just Martin Luther. I probably was Martin Luther then.
Martin Luther.
But everything that built Martin Luther King came from women. Like he mentioned, even Kiki said, don't say her name. Thank you guys. Thank you.
And if you look at all of Dr. King's great speeches,
Sugar Babies is here. Sugar Babies is still here. That was the new page because the other one was taken. So I made Sugar Babes. Off a hater calling me Sugar Babes by mistake. I said, I think I keep that.
we flipped it on it, didn't we? Look, I just want to say two real quick things, and I promise I'm gonna shut up. Okay. First, going back to what you said about Dr. King, look at his speeches, all his great speeches when they pan to the audience. 90% of that audience is women. You look at it. And when he started mobilizing people, the men mobilized because they started saying, wait a minute, what are our women talking about? We hearing them talk. Okay, we getting ready to go down here and get active. That's how the movement truly got started. Just pay attention to the audiences. If you ever just Google one or pull up one of his speeches on YouTube, look at the audience when they pan to the audience. You'll see.
The video from earlier is gone. Are you kidding me? Oh Lord, let me check now.
Somebody watching you, Sugar. I keep trying to told y'all, but that's a whole nother bill. What's up, Angel 1908?
Okay, the page is still here now.
Soft and Glow Travels, what up?
Now let's see if the video was gone.
Tamika, what up? All right, I'm gonna shut up. I'm sorry, Sugar.
No, the video was still there. Woo, woo, woo. I'm like, damn, they move quick. They move really quick. Okay, it's still there. Oh God, don't be putting that in existence. Don't put that in existence. I'm trying. I don't know why I can't find. I had it right in its exact spot. I'm trying to find it where I'm gonna start it from here. Like I said, I'm not gonna play the whole thing because maybe y'all will go back and watch. I have done plenty of videos like this. I have did plenty of videos that did every time somebody say traditional, I want to say no, it wasn't about men nor women. It was a we thing. And I'm trying to get back to the we thing. The we. That's because it's probably a new page and it's probably hard to find it.
Heavy hitters, and Dr. King was a heavy hitter. And April was when he first began the focal point of the movement, or the focal point of the national attention on what was happening in Birmingham. Reverend Shuttlesworth was the key figure. And I don't know if history will ever give Reverend Shuttlesworth the credit that he's due. Reverend Shuttlesworth was on the ground. He was
because even though you may be, if you're on the east,
coming downtown.
You're picking all the stores around. Because when you go in the love, you just go down Nick Room's ground, Nick was ground the basement.
Women.
Why can't I ride that train at the zoo? Why can't I see a duck at the park? Why can't I use the bathroom at Newberry's? Why is everything separate? Why
Women.
am I at the back of the bus?
Oh, what you said, bro?
I just said in just those two scenes, you saw predominantly women.
I thought you said, wait a minute.
No, I was saying women. I'm sorry. Let me shut my mouth. I'm sorry.
I'm getting old, bro. I'm getting old. You know, I be here.
My bag, so I'm feeling.
Leave me
You know,
alone.
let me be quiet. No, I was just saying women in both those scenes, the holding the picket signs out, the walking. See, but anyway, I'm gonna
I
be
thought
quiet.
you said, wait a minute. I'm hearing things. You know, I'm getting old. Sorry.
Yes, Fannie Lou Hamer, Miss Mocha. Fannie Lou Hamer. Google her if you don't know who she is. Bad woman. Bad
And wait,
woman.
I'm telling you, we're gonna start getting into more of these things because a lot of things we forgot. And you gotta remember 1963, not too many years afterwards, but not me, but somebody like y'all was born. Not too many years. I mean, you ain't gotta tell your age, but not too many years later, there you go, Gav.
Exactly.
Not this 1963. Not too many more. Give it 4, 5, 6 more. There you go. So this would be your mother age bracket.
Exactly. Who I just saw earlier today.
Right. So this
years
ain't
old.
even. This is not even. I got. Wait till I show you the ones in New York. I got some that for every different state. Now the people like Nicole and them, they have seen them all, but the new people did not. But for every different state, I showed the things that happen within their state. I tell you, I do this. So when people come talking about, oh no, my poor man Baltimore, I don't think he meant no harm. I don't think he meant no harm. Talking about we all different. No, no. It just showed you what happened and how we all migrated. We started migrating to where the work and stuff was at, but people may think that we're different because of now. But that ain't gonna do with our history. Yeah, we do things different now in the north, the south, the east, the west. But are we speaking upon history? No. Today, yes. But this just 1963. This is not that long ago. Not that long ago. And like I said, depending on how old are you, in here, not too many years after that, you were born. So you was born. So imagine your parents just going through that. And remember, I said it's happened in different states and gotta baby you and feed you and do the best for you when they still was going through this. So what you think was passed to you? It wasn't all the love that you wanted, because we still were some angry people.
Think about it like this too. We 3 generations removed from slavery. Okay, our grandparents, right? Their grandparents were quite possibly slaves, and more than likely were indentured servants, which was after slavery. You know, Black people had nowhere to go. We didn't have the right to own land, and the way they were tricked was into staying on the plantation, was thinking that now they were going to get paid for their work. But of course, because Blacks still didn't have rights, their former slave owners still didn't pay them, so they were still essentially slaves. But that's and you got to remember, these are your grandparents. Their grandparents went through this, so we're not that far removed if you really think about it, man. And that's why I hate that these kids can't see it was different. Like, it's always been situations, but we just really used to stick together because we realized we all we had. I don't care where it was. It was 2 sides of Brooklyn. If you was on Bed-Stuy side, you was cool. You over on Bensonhurst side for whatever reason, you might see some Black kids you don't even know, but you gonna help them because you're not gonna let them kids from Bensonhurst get them Bed-Stuy boys. And you might be from 2 sides of Brooklyn, but
you ain't lying.
We just stuck together like that.
But that was like that, I guess, in different places too. But see, the thing of that is that, what did she say? The only reason why we're not going to remember history, it's still repeating itself. Look what happened just a couple of weeks ago, last week, probably in Buffalo, and then other things. It's still repeating itself. But the thing to that is they took us away from our grandparents and great grandparents, and now we adopted ancestors that we like. Who the fuck is these ancestors? Can we talk about the ones that live in Black for us here? They took us away from that. Listen, I'm not against. Let me just finish, bro. Before I forget. I'm not against spirituality. I'm not against the Kundalini. I'm not against the stones. I'm not against the rocks. Whatever y'all want to call it, but that sort of kind of took us away. All these different things, because we didn't care about no damn rocks when we first. That didn't help us. None of these things that they say that's going to help us did not help us. It did not keep us. It didn't make us. It didn't fill our stomachs. It didn't give us no money. It didn't give us no land. All these things they're saying that these things are supposed to bring to us have not brought to us, because now we can read. So now we're reading a lot of different things from other cultures that we want to call Africa. Remember, only why I say what we want to call Africa, because Africa is a slave. It was given to us after they captured Africa, but that's why I go that area they call Africa. But we want to call it Africa, and then we got all these different tribes. But we took the tribes that practice magic. Why is that? Why is that? Why we couldn't find the regular tribes that was regular people and did regular things and teach us about them? Y'all never think about that? Like, it's a whole freaking continent. It wasn't full of Osirises and horrors, and not horrors, Horus and all. No, it was regular people who lived their lives. You know, why we don't say, hey, they had a good life over there and they loved it? No, we pick the dark places that study things that's supposed to do what? You know what I'm saying? But that's what we picked, and that's what we're learning. Or that's what they think they're learning. Or that's what down to Nature Boy. They all learned these different things. I'm like, why did y'all pick them? And why y'all studying them? But again, that takes us away from, we think we so high and mighty now because we learned these things. We forgot about our grandmother. We forgot about our grandfather. And then we calling them dumb and they wasn't educated. But these videos say different. And these are actual footages. This is footage. How dumb was they? All circumstances shows intent expositions to which the intent is of more than one race is invited shall provide
You
no
know,
less.
we would try to integrate like Chris's and JJ Newberry.
As a student, I was in the 11th grade. There were some people from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference came and started recruiting students from our high school. And I was secretary of our organization. And we would meet every Monday at Hopewell Baptist Church in North Birmingham. We would go to mass meetings after school, and we did that from January up until April.
Customers did not want to come to these stores downtown because, you know, you had these children running around downtown, roaming around downtown. You had these boycotts, you had these protests. It was bad for business. We need to do something in order to restore the peace.
You know, 16th Street Baptist Church was the very first Black church built in Birmingham. So there were always people coming through. It was an exciting place to be. And on this particular day, I was working in the back. I think I was doing something with the mail. And normally there are always people there. I didn't think anything about it, but this group started singing. And the songs that they were singing, I think was what got my attention. So I stopped.
Oh God, it hit you with copyright strikes on there too. Can you believe that shit?
I have.
You don't, but you would not believe old hymns like that. You know they hit you with copyright strikes on that shit too. Really?
Had an experience like I am now having in Birmingham, Alabama. This is the most inspiring movement that has ever taken place.
You mean the traditional women that was home cooking and cleaning?
Hey, boss lady. Yeah, look, I'm saying, I'm just, you know, that kind of stuff catches my attention. But they try to remove us, our generation, from our history, from our oral history, from our grandparents, from their grandparents. And the new generation, they're trying to erase them knowing about this. This is their recent history. We don't even have to go back to Egypt.
That's That's my
That's
point,
irrelevant
bro.
to
Thank
today.
you.
That's
Thank you.
irrelevant to today.
Thank you.
So what if they know where the pyramids are and this people who were there in Egypt at that time? What about your recent history? See, they've erased that. If you ask the average 21-year-old right now about these
Right.
things, the Children's March, they have no idea. They don't teach it, and they don't teach it in school. And most of the times kids are not encouraged to go out. They don't even know about these videos. They know about every other video on YouTube, but I bet you they don't even, most of those kids don't even know about. And this is their recent
And you
history.
know who these videos come from? I ain't gonna tell you. From another Brooklyn night.
Whoa, I know who we talking about, little skinny Brooklyn Knight. Yes.
I don't know. No, he's not skinny.
Oh,
but,
not him.
But he
Okay.
represent Brooklyn to them.
Now I know the other one.
And as another Brooklyn night, because that's how I was able to say, hey, I'm using your videos, is please don't strike my page. But you understand what I'm saying? And as I was watching, he was repping. And it's crazy. Don't let looks fool you.
At all.
Cause he all hood. He be playing his he be playing his hip hop. You would never believe these videos come from him. And when I finish, I'm going to show you what it looked like you right now, and show you how he be acting and stuff. You would never believe these videos come from him. Don't let looks fool you. That's all I'm
Ask your kids if they see these videos during Black History Month in school.
Ask the next person that talk about Egypt. Let me know what happened in 1960. How you feel about that?
Right.
That
part.
Because even though she was able to look up about the black bombers, but she didn't say all of this. Miss Sack, did you look up all of this too? She's probably looking up right now as we're talking. You're looking up more, right? so she can hit us with a comment, right?
That's not me, Sack.
Oh God.
The United States of America.
Reverend Martin Luther King, Ralph Abernathy, and Fred Shuttlesworth lead a march despite an injunction prohibiting them.
Oh, that's good, Nikki. Oh, hell
That's
no.
good.
I'm going to get a copyright strike.
To be a part of. I would go with my father every Monday night to New Pilgrim Baptist Church. He was a musician for the Alabama Christian Movement Choir, one of the musicians.
My family had worked for her. And one time my older brother had gotten into some trouble.
Don't hold them back if they want to go to jail.
You heard that?
They are doing a job for not only themselves, but for all of America and for all mankind.
We heard about it on radio. We said that's going to be a party.
If you listen to show,
I got that video
or
too.
If you had attended that meeting,
Nick.
You knew exactly what that meant.
Here's going to be the code word. That's it. There's going to be a party in the park this morning. That's the sign everybody to go.
That's you, Marlena.
Everybody knows Tall Paul.
That's
y'all.
you.
He was with WENN.
That is
and
you.
so was Thin Man.
And we knew when he said D-Day, we knew nobody goes to school that day.
So at
Now
11
listen how
o'clock
they
the
did
next
it.
day,
Y'all hear
at
how
my
they did it?
school, someone showed up with a big poster board sign, and it
I wanted to show y'all
the children.
He was closer to our age. When I maybe
See what I'm saying? These are kids, yo. And then y'all talking about these kids of today. Y'all would never be your mother and father. Y'all would never be your grandparents. They stood for something. Look at this stuff happen. Do you know grandmas was murked in that when you start going after grandmas? And this, if I'm not mistaken, Kev, wasn't her son or husband part of the police system?
Yeah, he was a sergeant for the precinct, but he couldn't do nothing because the white officers wouldn't let him. So she said, you know what? Okay, we got to push the line. A woman once again, a woman. At the time, a very, very young woman. At that.
Now I'm talking about the grandma who got killed. Are you saying the grandma who got? I didn't mean to say that word. YouTube, goddamn, because they did not. The other videos of mine, they was like, nope, no monetize, no nothing. So I put my page on the line. These are the videos. I understand. I put my page on the line every time. So y'all have to be thankful. Come to class.
You are.
Not you, bro. But
No, we are.
they don't understand. This is a page on the line. They don't want that. Oh, you see the resemblance now, right? I'm telling you that's freaky. That's
them patent leather thigh high boots. That was the 80s. That was the 80s, baby. Mid 80s. Rick was on fire, but yeah, I'm Rick James. B.I.
Yeah. And she and Marlena right next to you.
That's her twin.
Mm-hmm. Now, not to mind you, these are the children who were there who are still living. So let people stop telling you, well, statistics say, listen to the people. It's coming from their mouth. If I'm telling you a story, and plus I was there and I was involved, fuck the statistics. They're going to tell you these things. Right. They don't want to know the detail because it takes them away from the responsibility of learning what happened or why did it happen. They just, well, statistics say. And I want to talk about women. And my thing is, if men was for to talk about women, you should be trying to bring them back to this. No,
right.
Let women know you were strong. Y'all.
Remind them of their greatness. Don't turn them down. Just say, look, we know what y'all capable of. Y'all already been holding it down, but look what y'all mamas and grandmamas did. We just want you to add to that, and we gonna go back like we supposed to be doing, and blah blah blah. That's how you come on the same page. That's how you have to start building. If you're in a relationship, if you're gonna have anything, you gotta build, like I said, from your house outward. If you can't even get your own house together, we in trouble. Just imagine they got the majority of the Black community at odds, especially even in relationships. So that means even if you do come together and have a baby, you can't even get along well enough to co-parent. So now you've been messed up. That's 2 generations back to back messed up. Now, what do you think your kids are gonna be? See what I'm saying? You have to think about how they think. They think 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. Nothing's by accident. But listen to the details how they're explaining how they organized. They had a plan to skip school, and this when they, they had to skip school to do this.
You gotta see where they started having fun with it. After all they went through, they started having fun with it. Hey, boss lady.
And this is when you could still hurt it.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, boss lady. They was literally putting their life on the line, because you got to remember, this is the early 60s. So Black people could still get killed and nobody will go to jail.
And when Martin Luther King was talking, he was talking to the adults. This the part people not getting. He was talking to the damn adults. And they sat down in the chair. And I don't know, I can't find that part. You'll have to watch the whole video.
The kids were so thorough because their parents were so aware and present and thorough. The kids said, hey, tomorrow we're going to skip school. We all going down there. Every Black kid in every public school in that city.
Oh, you're going to see how they did this shit. You're going to be like, you're going to gasp. But I think what happened, which is explained here, we got to watch the video. Their parents was already beat down. Their parents was beat down from being beat down. So this is what our kids don't think about. Hey, our mom and daddy was beat down. What we do, we want to go to the therapist, get doctors, and we had a hard life. But no, these kids, their parents had it even worse. So they said, I'm gonna take the reins.
Right.
We got this. They wasn't complaining. Well, daddy was a drunk and I wasn't treated right and I wasn't given. No, these kids went through it and then some.
And then some.
But when the time was needed and they knew, okay, they can't do it no more. They all fucked up. Right. They could have called them. They could have just not did anything and said, you know what? Because remember, they were told, if you were seeing the video, they were told, don't do this, but they're like, listen. You know what I'm saying? But no. So the things we hear today, I'm sorry, we're not so, in my age bracket, we're not so sentimental of oh wow, you had a bad life. Even though y'all did.
Right.
But when things got to get done and you knew the elders couldn't do it.
Exactly.
You held it down.
They took the reign, they took the wheel. Said, I got it, mom and daddy. Y'all, because look what they went through. They came up in the 30s and 40s, the depression, and then right after that, and then think about it, this is still pre-segregation and all that. It was still Jim Crow in effect. So when those kids saw that their parents had did all they could do, listen, we got this. Because we'll rather die than continue to live this way.
That's how they felt. That's how they felt.
Stood for something, man. It wasn't about no gang. They wasn't killing each other. They said, we're going to get together so that we can make our communities better. Who are they to tell us we can't drink out of the same water fountain as them? Or we don't have rights as a human being? Nah, we'll die for that. And they did. And they put their life on the line, literally. These is kids, man. That's why I said, man, I respect my elders, man. I respect them to the fullest. Those are my ancestors. I don't know about nobody that's been in a pyramid for 5 million years. I don't know. I don't even, to me, these are my ancestors right here. That's what speaks to me.
And what get me mad, I think he was in Oklahoma. Kevin Samuels, come on, you're supposed to be quote 56. You was in Oklahoma. It's not like you don't know these things. See, these people that's pushing these gender wars, it's not like they don't know about these things. You freaking know.
Of course they do. It's a bad.
Know. But for people who don't know and they push that were traditional, and I'm like, when do somebody say when?
Exactly.
When? For a point in time, we was able to breathe, woo-sa. But at that point, when we was able to breathe and we was able to live in the same household, daddy had to work 2 jobs. He still didn't even see the family. He still wasn't there to raise the kids. Mama still had to have a side hustle and raise the freaking kids. So that wasn't traditional either. So when did y'all get with these Western women's what?
It's never been that way for us ever. So that's why I want people to understand. Like, you got to realize they've been making it the same way we're making it right now. They just They didn't bitch and complain like we did. They understood what it was, and instead of complaining about it, what they did was, because most of the time they organized, it was in secret. Because you still had the Klan. The Klan was present during all of this right here. When these kids went out, the Klan was out there. The Klan was part of the police, like they still are, but they were out standing next to the chief of police while these kids were out trying to protest for equal rights for Black people as human beings. That's it. They wasn't doing, these was kids, and they had the Klan standing out there next to the police. And the police, it's crazy, but you got to realize, like I said, man, we've never had a traditional life in this country as long as we can ever know. And you have to understand where we came from, man. And if we wasn't stronger than them, we wouldn't have made it through all this shit. Stop arguing with each other. Listen, everything that everybody, we've accepted so many things as normal, man. We normalize so much shit. It basically, what it boils down to is you can be with whoever you want to for whatever reason, but don't make no excuses about it. And you know what you're getting into when you get into it. We all grown. We all smart enough to know. You have to make a decision about who you choose to procreate with, who you choose to spend your life with. If you're not with a man who will lay his life down for you, then you shouldn't be with him or your kids, or a man who doesn't take care of your kids and his kids if he has other kids. You shouldn't be with a man who disrespects women blatantly. You shouldn't be with a man who puts his hands on women. You will eliminate a lot of bullshit in your life if you just do those basic things. And it's almost like things that shouldn't have to be said. It's common sense, but that's how far we've gotten away from what normal really is, man.
Right. And then
so much bullshit for normal.
And
it's
then
crazy.
Kev, you gotta remember, when they show women now, I'm not talking about the hoochie mamas and the twerkers, they always keep showing us, in the Kundalini type of way. And no, that was never us. We tried, that was not us. You better show some real Black women. We ain't sitting up there with a bunch of stones on our neck and our hands and talking about vagina power. What?
Exactly. Talking about we aliens. Listen, man, these are your ancestors out here.
And get your
wanted to say something.
Get your chakras together. Go ahead.
All that cool, yeah.
I wanted to say this right here. Another thing. You know, they went to saying all this stuff about we kicked the men out for to get a welfare and all this. But what you got to realize is these same men ran away because they were running from this conversation of, oh, if we break up, can I have child support? They didn't want to hear that crap. They ran like the
Well,
wind.
before the child,
And
remember that video? You're going too far, but we're gonna do a
no,
video
no,
on
I'm
that
just
for slavery. But you can finish what you're saying, but we're gonna do a video on that. And it's not.
okay.
We're gonna do a
Okay,
video
this
on it. I'm gonna
this
show
is my
one of
point
my
right here.
old. I'm gonna show one of my old videos on that, and that's gonna
Yeah,
debunk. That's gonna debunk all of that.
right. But what
But
I'm saying is they were just as the men were down with the hiding in the closet, going out the back door. They was down with all of that. They wasn't mad. I don't know who mad now, but they wasn't mad because they were running out the back door, hiding and doing everything and coming back and still paying the bills and whatnot. They just wasn't standing up, being the man of the house.
they
Facts.
wasn't man. The thing is, you can't kick a man out of a house that his name is on. First of all, but the fact was, a lot of them. I better go back to the video because I like the video.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
better let the video speak. So we can discuss the video because it shows actual facts and actual people talking, and then it shows what really went down. That debunks all of that. But again, we will believe anything because we don't like to research and do history. But this story, what's I was here for the story, so she knows this already. So maybe that's why she, because she was in class.
So we can readily identify with him.
Don't worry about your children. They're going to be all right.
You notice he said, "Don't worry about your children; they're gonna be all right." But the elders didn't do nothing. They were like, "Oh shit, we've been through this already." Well, let's carry on.
Don't hold them back if they want to go to jail. For they are doing a job for not only themselves, but for all of America and for all mankind.
We heard
What?
about it on radio.
We said that's gonna be a party.
If you listen to
I
Shelley,
got that video
or if
too.
you had attended that
Nick,
meeting, you knew exactly what that meant.
Here's gonna be the code word. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be a party in the park this morning. That's the sign everybody to go.
We teenagers, everybody knows Tall Paul, y'all. He was with WENN, and so was Thin Man.
Then we knew when he said D-Day, we knew nobody goes to school that day.
So at 11 o'clock the next day at my school,
I love
someone
it.
showed up with a big poster board sign, and it said, "It's time." The students left the school.
All the schools around Birmingham.
They climbed fences. Some of them just walked out of the doors.
Look at them with a walk. Black people.
I love it.
Or nothing like there's nothing like ever. Then you get to hear from the people, and then they're living in their time, and then the man spoke upon his father, and then now he got more stuff to tell his children.
But do you still see how we put the walk there, Kev? Black people, I love you.
That's why I love black people, man. I love them.
We still put a swag
Put
to that shit.
style on it.
Yeah.
They, you hear what she said? They all had code words and signals. The DJ that the kids listen to on the radio, when he said it's D-Day, it's time, or they said we having a party in the park, everybody, all the kids left school. They were so united. There was nobody in there talking about, oh, you from this side of town. They got together and they was dancing, going into some serious we together. This how we moving. I love that shit. I love it.
Did you see how they all stepped out in the same?
Yeah, rewind that so we can see that again. I love that. I love that little shimmy they did. Come on. They like, what's up? Let's go.
That part.
We here. Let's go. I love that. I love that.
And now remember, these are the actual kids, as you hear, that was there. And you notice women are telling the story as well as men. I'm not going to keep emphasizing on women. It was us. How about that? It was us. Look at that. I'm gonna put it on slow motion. Look at this shit. We were stepping in the name of love. We were stepping in the name of love. Oh, I love it.
I love that. They arm in arm.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Some came out through the window.
The gates were locked.
So I tell you, boy, ain't nothing like
my high school from 6th Avenue all the way over to 16th Street Baptist Church.
But we didn't go to school that day. We went straight to the march.
We started out over on 33rd, over in Collegeville, and walked on to down to 16th Street.
We got there. It was so many children from everywhere. I mean, all schools.
You hear that?
We were told to leave the church and walk with someone that you didn't know, because there were students from all schools, and we were headed to City Hall. Not to say anything to anyone else. There would be people there cheering the crowd, maybe, but not to say anything, but just go on until we got to City Hall. There we knew once we got there, we would kneel and pray and sing freedom songs. And we walked straight on down and walked in twos and walked in pairs, and that's where they had the paddy wagons, and they arrested us there.
It didn't stop there. It don't stop, baby.
And if you walk across the park, you can see the dogs barking at us.
They kept going back and back.
We got to 5th Avenue and 17th Street. That's when the hose spikes and the dogs and everything hit us. It taught us how to fold ourselves up to keep getting hit in the face.
What happened was that the local authorities really played into the hands of the demonstrators and the protesters.
We were in the park, and when the marchers came out of the church and started across the park, that's when the fire hoses came out.
Now these are kids.
Everybody started running then, and they just start spraying the water on all around.
The water hose experience is a very painful experience.
When you hit with that water, it felt like a bunch of bumblebees on me. And it was stinging. He was trying to keep it at job. And it was a very hurting situation.
It was hard. I mean, it would literally knock you down.
After this commercial. Oh Lord, here come a copyright strike.
Segregation of all of the facilities in the store.
14.
There were so many students there, and they were trying to figure out what to do with us.
And after we got into city jail, there was Dick Gregory, the comedian. You see the bruises on him, and he gave us a show, and it was just unreal.
I didn't think when I went that I was going to be jailed.
I went to jail. And that's when they locked you up, that was the scary part, but after you stand there so many days, you don't worry about it.
The police were very cruel. They would come in on you while you were
no, they didn't think they was adults, Angela. They knew they was kids.
No phone call, no nothing. So on the 5th day, a guy had got out of
Angela, they didn't think they was adults. They knew there were kids. The kid, like I said, I didn't show. You're gonna have to watch it from the beginning. Check it out. That's my video. What happened in 1963? The Children's March. You gotta imagine, this is why the other ethnicities are stronger than ours, because they were moving in numbers, and every race still used the same technique today. Exactly. But they didn't think they was adults, baby. They knew these kids, the kids is what set it up. The kids is the one when the elder ones didn't want to do it. And I skipped the part when the kids was like in the beginning, and the girl was like, I'll do it. And another girl was like, I'll do it. Then the girl stood up, and then the guy was like, God damn. And then they stood up. So the kids put this together. People nowadays, well, if they think that nowadays, then something is wrong with that thought, because all they got to do is go back and either read it or watch it. And if they thinking that, why then they don't really know what happened. Oh, why you take the words out of my God? I was trying to just say that for the damn longest, Kevin. Here he go, bam, bam. I can't stand you. I can't stand you. The younger generation can't possibly think that because they don't even know about that. Because if they would know about that, they'll be proud to be kids. The younger generation were proud to be kids. And these are the kids. The people that we see here right now, these are the kids. And this is their story.
He called my parents. My father and uncle came and got me out of the Bedford County jail. Was there and calling the hospital.
Look at that. Look at the ages.
And everywhere other kids were, but they couldn't find me.
Look at that. Did y'all see the ages of them kids getting locked up?
And did you hear what he said? They kept him in jail for 5 days. No phone call, no nothing. Their families was calling around looking for them. These was kids. Kept them locked in jail.
Look at the age of these babies. It gets better. I'm going to get to the end real quick. They're going to have to watch it. But it gets better because after the point they said, fuck it. We're going to go to jail every day. I'm telling you.
Exactly.
Every
day.
It got to the point they started doing each other here in jail. The parents were bringing them food. They was having parties up in that motherfucker.
Can you imagine if somebody stood up today and say, don't worry about your children. Don't worry about if they go to jail. Dr. King said that. That's how powerful. Look at them babies, yo.
That's why I put it right there so y'all can see.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know how they thought that. Right, I was told this by my So I don't know how y'all thought the kids these days think that these was adults.
These people speaking, these older people, these are them. These kids are them. That's them. That's our ancestors. Can you imagine?
That's still living.
That's still living, yo. You have to talk to people. Anyway, let me be quiet. Damn.
And it's crazy because that goes to show you they didn't even care if you was that size. They didn't even have compassion that they were kids. They like, well, we spraying your ass too. And you going to jail too.
Martin Luther King knew that they had to feed them and that they had to, take
he
care
was
of
gonna
them.
look crazy.
No, they didn't have. If you remember, Boss Lady, they didn't have. Remember the parents? If you forgot, the parents had to bring the food to them.
Right. And see, he knew, he was smart enough to know once this shit gets on the news and goes nationwide, do you know how crazy those police officers in the state of Alabama is going to look for locking those babies up for 5 days? For walking down the street and getting hosed and attacked by dogs. You locked them up for 5 days for what? And you didn't feed them their parents. But like you said, they got the braiding hair. They was singing up in there. That's why I love.
That's one incident. As it goes along, up until the kids wouldn't stop until they gave up. That's what's so important about 1963. The kids, this only the first time they got locked up. They got to the point they were like, "Hey, what's up? What's up? You going to jail today? I'm telling you
the
what happened."
police had to go to Dr. King and said they had to negotiate with him because the kids said, "Look, we could do this every day. We can do this every day."
And that's what they did.
And the police couldn't. How else was they? They couldn't fight no other crime if they got to lock up 800, 900 kids every single day. There ain't no room in it. So that's how they thought. They thought strategic. What can we all do? It's so many of us. We can overwhelm them. They didn't have no guns. Look at these. These are babies. They wasn't no gangsters. They just thought, and they came together, and everybody was on one mission, one accord. Everybody said, "This is for all of us," and they came together. I love them. Those are my ancestors. I don't know about nobody that's 1,000,000 years old that's been in I don't know. I know about them. I can talk about
I don't know about the first bone they found.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is your ancestors. This is your history. This is what they're trying to separate the kids from knowing. Because if these kids now looked at these, they'll be ashamed of themselves. These grown 20, 30, 40-some-year-old men out here assassinating each other when these little babies had enough in them to say, "Listen, we're going to come together." And they fought the police without any weapon, without
talking about a bunch of women all day, or women talking
them
about
down.
a bunch of we too busy talking about each other and this damn gender war. And our parents, we didn't get our mothers, because I remember this is 1963. So that would be our mothers or our fathers.
Right.
Because we was born a little bit right after that. A year or two before, a year or two after. But we came right after. That's not, so that is basically not even your history, Kev, or anybody
Right.
that's 50 and over.
That's recent.
That's
I'm talking about
recent,
the kids
right?
now. The kids now, though, that's their history. Why are you teaching them about King Tut and about Mesopotamia, and this person? And why teach them about these people right here that are on these videos, so that when they have bills, they can have these people come and sit and inspire some kids and say, look, this is me right here, Martin. Oh, straight up, what happened when they took y'all to jail? Instead of some dude telling them war stories about prison. This is the kids. This is their history. I feel connected to this because my daddy and them was out there.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm saying? And they would tell me, that's why I said, that's why I'm cut the way I'm cut. Because they would sit down and they wouldn't shoot the shit with me about the streets or gambling or none of that. They would talk to me about this. Hey, man, you 14, man. You know what I was doing when I was 14? We was getting locked up. Remember James? You told one of my other uncles, and they tell stories about how they jumped in their car from Little Rock, Arkansas, fresh here from Barbados, jumped in the car. They was part of the movement, jumped in the car, drove to Birmingham. When I think about the drive was treacherous, just driving through the South at that time. You could get stopped in any small town by the Klan and disappear, and nobody will ever hear from you. They drove down there after all of that funk kicked off. That's how they was. That's how they was built. It was a civil war in Barbados at that time. That's why they fled here to the United States, so that we wouldn't get killed. So they used to that. So thank God I was cut from that cloth. But these kids, these kids out here right now, they need to watch this. They need to put your kids on this. Put your grandbabies on this. Because I got a 14 and a 13-year-old grandsons, and I put them on this show. Look, man, let's sit down and check this out, and then we're gonna chop it up afterwards.
And it's crazy because not just the kids, we gotta remind our own age bracket, because if we're latching on to like the manosphere, which have nothing to do with us, or that real feminism, which has nothing to do with us, if we're latching on to that, then something, maybe because I know these things, I don't latch on to it. But we gotta start now looking at them, the people who know when they say the word the truth, I mean this truth. I don't know what type of truth and knowledge the rest of these fuckers are talking about. I don't know about that truth and that knowledge that they're talking about that has nothing to do with us. But this truth right here with my mother and her mother, which is only 3 generations back, or only 2 generations back, we would be the 3rd generation in our age bracket. We would be the 3rd generation. So that would be the generation before us and a generation before. Now, this is why we should be looking at them side eye. Now, why you sent this on my women? Why are you trying to get one back? Because every time I listen to them, the older ones,
right?
I look at their ass side eye. I don't care if it comes from a woman or a man.
And it's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's, and like I said, it's cool learning about, some ancient history, but I believe what I can prove and what are facts. I can prove this because I can see this. I can talk to the people who actually went through this. I can't prove if, this empire overthrew that empire, and if they would, I don't know. I don't even think about that. I think about this. I try to build from this because I'm like, I don't want my grandfather to pass away. Right. I don't want my pop to pass away and not see no significant change, because I know the type of work they put in. Not killing people. They put in work like that, going to jail, getting beat, marching, writing letters, learning how to organize, becoming leaders in their communities, being stand-up men. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of shit I was groomed under. And so to pay respect to that, I try to get the same thing. But again, we gotta quit normalizing shit that's whack, that's crazy. We gotta look at, like, really think about this. How proud would you be as a parent to see your child knowing, even though you're knowing they're in danger, but you know enough and got enough in you to know that these kids are doing something that's gonna mean something for their life and their kids' life that they can't even see right now. But that's how big what they're doing is. you know, and that should be something that we should tell our kids. That's some shit you should aspire to do. Look at them faces, man. None of them is in high school. Them is all elementary school kids. Soldiers standing upright. Look at them. Ain't nobody's pants sagging. Nobody looks scared. They marching. They in formation. They in order. Let's go. What y'all want to do?
But then
I
we
love
so
it, man.
quick. Then we so quick to go, well, you know, the reason why such and such did this, because they childhood, and we still, like, we hear the Nature Boy story, people start, I'm like, these kids, did you not notice that? Their parents and them went through enough, and they were scared. So the kids took it upon themselves that we will do it. They ain't say, oh, well, reason why I beat on this one or act this way. Things had to, and what I'm trying to say, I'm not being insensitive. I do care, but at the same time, they knew things needed to be done. That came first.
And think about it like this, not to diminish anybody's trauma, but think about how traumatized our grandparents were. Now, they raised these kids right here. You don't think them babies right there was traumatized by things that they went through because their parents were so traumatized?
And they got beat.
30s, 40s, 50s. They got beat with extension.
They got beat.
Like that. Because that's what they knew at the time. So what I'm saying to you is not to take away from anybody else's trauma, but think about these kids again. These are kids.
You
They
gotta
came
say
from
our parents and our grandparents. They don't. We gotta have
Yeah.
it where they can realize. Yeah,
It's
these
think of-
our parents. These our grandparents. This is 63.
I'm understanding my grandfather and my uncles, all 10 of them, came from Barbados in the early 60s and was picking cotton in Little Rock, Arkansas. That's God's honest truth. I didn't know that until about 15 years ago. Me and my pop was just chopping it up and we were saying something and he was like, yeah, man, me and James. He said, me, James, Ronald, these is 5 older brothers, JD, Walter, and Grice. We all picked cotton in Little Rock. I was like, what? He was like, yeah. Oh, we were talking about they had some kids in Alabama go to a cotton picking plantation for their school field trip. That's how it came up. And he said, yeah. And I said, are you serious, Pop? He was like, yeah. And then one of my uncles was like, yeah, man. I was like, wow. And here I am, a kid in the 70s. So they
My
just had,
mom, my
I was
mom
like,
had,
what?
my mom had it was 8 of them, and she said that if they wanted to go to a dance, anything they wanted to do, they had to go out in the field and pick cotton to raise the money to go and do anything they wanted to do, pick cotton, grapes, or whatever was out there. They really
That's
did that.
right. You're right. If it was peanuts, and that's what I'm saying. And think about how they got paid by the pound for cotton. Think about how light cotton is. So think about how much cotton you would have to really.
My God, yeah. Yeah.
How can you not pay homage and respect to that? Excuse me. How can you not? And I'm looking at my pops and I'm looking at his hands. That's why his fingers are so thick. He's 75 years old. That man seen shit I couldn't even imagine. So every time he say something to me, I pay reverence and respect to him. Yes, sir. I never let my father think I'm huffing up to him or think no, sir. Yes, sir. Period. Out of respect.
Sugar cane.
So whatever he did wrong in my childhood,
yeah,
I forgave him for it because you know why? He was traumatized. He was going through this. He was 17, 18 years old, fresh off the boat, but he was part of this. He had to go down with his brothers, 6 of them, loaded up in 2 cars, drove through the South in the middle of the night to get down there to protect the people's family after the 4 little girls were killed in a church bombing. You dig? This the time I'm not trying to be, but I'm just telling you, like, that's why stuff like this means something to me. Tell your kids about this. Tell your make sure they understand these are your ancestors. You can still talk to them. These people are accessible. A lot of them got social media. Like a lot of people didn't know Rosa Parks was alive. They didn't know that. They didn't know Rosa Parks just recently passed. They didn't know. They were like, oh, I thought she died back in the 60s. No, they didn't know that.
Yeah.
But that's how detached the kids, the babies are from their real history, their real ancestors, because that was the shift in our life in this country because of what they did. What if they wouldn't have did it? Would the next generation have done it?
No, we was
see
gonna
what
wait
I'm
for from the people. I hate to say this, the people from that region they call Africa to come back and get us. I
You
think
waiting on
that's what
somebody to come back
being
there.
being that we learning so much. Come on, you don't know who you. This is who we are. Damn it! Stop telling
Exactly.
us we don't know who this is. Who we are is right in front of our freaking faces.
Man, you got to understand that. Like, when you really understand, like, these people, they went through this. Seriously, they're just driving from one state to another, but they was talking about, and they was finishing each other's sentences. Like, yeah, man, you remember we had to duck off. They act like their car was broke down, disconnected the cable, got their clothes out and laid in the ditch because the Klan was riding up and down the highway, making sure nobody was trying to get to the march. They was doing shit like this, sleeping in abandoned barns, you know, getting in the trunk, taking shifts, driving two of them in the trunk so they wouldn't think it was more than one black organized together.
Oh yeah,
you know. See, they had to, and like this is real shit that happened. This is our history. These are not all these made up names in this galaxy, and we come from all of that. Believe what you want to believe, but let's talk about and let's build on what we could prove and what we know is facts.
I mean, I wanted to touch on that because sometimes when cats say stuff, and instead of going back and forth, because I know he be right, but the only way I can prove he right is I got to bam. I believe it. Now y'all know me. I always say this from the beginning. I let the video speak for itself. I let it speak for itself. But people always, even if they're watching a video, they're going to still come up with another hypothesis. Well, you know, it could have been.
Yeah.
And no, this is what they said. Like I hate to say, KS had cancer. No, he did not. Well, it could have been. No, it could have been nothing. The man just said. They said I didn't have it. They made him. They cut him open, and they made a mistake. So where was this freaking tumor at? So what happened to the tumor? That was the side where he said the elbow.
I only believe what I can see and what I can prove.
Right. So if the man just said no, but these people, I said, y'all gotta remember these are ops, and y'all don't want it. Not us. I mean, the people who remember they making a lot of money being ops. And then come to find out, he was still married to his second wife. He never was 2 times divorced. Who got that $4 million? That ex-wife. That his wife. You know. So let's be listening to our great people.
And then from there to Fair Park. That's where I was there for 8 days.
I stayed in about 3 days.
And we stayed at the fairground from that Saturday until that Thursday when I was released.
I was in jail for 6 days.
My sister came up. My father stayed in the car, and she came to identify me. And they asked, "Is this your sister?" And she said yes. And I went home.
May 8th, with the whole world watching, Birmingham businesses and the new political leadership promised to talk.
In the city of Birmingham, the Department of Justice some time ago instituted an investigation into voting discrimination. It supported in the Supreme Court an attack on the city's segregation ordinances. We have, in addition, been watching the present controversy to detect any violation of the federal civil rights or other statutes. In the absence of such violation or any other federal jurisdiction, our efforts have been focused on getting both sides together to settle in a peaceful fashion the very real abuses too long inflicted on the Negro citizens of that community. Today, as the result of a responsible effort on the part of both white and Negro leaders, over the last 72 hours, the business community of Birmingham has responded in a constructive and commendable fashion and pledged that substantial steps would begin to meet the justifiable needs of the Negro community.
Hold up, Ken. Did you check our lights?
Suspension of their
Did you check
demonstration.
our likes, Cat?
I'm on it right
This
now.
channel
I'm on it right now.
communicating between the white and Negro community. It's a certain necessity of further.
We saw that part already, but I'm going.
How many likes we got? We got, I see 50 watching.
And the number went down. We was close to 100, but when we're not talking about the ops that Nature Boy is, they kind of refrain because this too much for this. This too much. Now they'll watch Nature Boy's stupidness, but they don't want to watch who we really are. Now I'm thirsty. I ain't got no more grapefruit juice.
Hold on, maybe my thing ain't refreshing, but I think they playing with these likes. We got 50 people watching and we got 16 likes.
Uh-oh.
It's 51 people watching, we got 16 likes. Wait a minute, what's going on? We got 16 mods. Y'all didn't hit that like button? Can y'all please go out, hit that little X and go out of the chat for 1 second and just please make sure you hit that like button. Please and thank you. Bush babies, can y'all please hit that? Oh, we got 56. Okay. That's why I said I didn't know if I could refresh or not. Okay. My bad, y'all. I apologize. All right. That's more like it. That's more like it. I like that. Thank y'all.
Shut up, Kev. You sound like somebody's daddy.
He the daddy of the group.
I'm trying to be politically correct today. My grandbaby like, Papa, why you wailing? I'm like, oh, I didn't know I was wailing. I'm gonna be quiet. So now this is my inside voice. This is my inside voice now.
And I like to thank the real people, my real subscribers, for liking this channel for what it is. For what it is. It's a learning channel. It's a learning channel. It's a learning channel. So some people they don't see what they saw already with this crazy ass op. He's a op. He's a fucking op. And then he got these ops, and then now the Foreign Blind Mice ops is on the other op show, talking on some more op shit, and to be amazed, it says, "Oh, these are the goddess," and I'm like, no, these are our goddess. These are our goddess. They didn't stand behind a man. They said that. Guess what? Your goddess stood behind your men. Not a man. They stood behind men, as in plural. That's a goddess. That's a goddess. When they say you ain't gonna do my brothers like this, that's a goddess. Like, I don't like what's happening. Talking about protect the black man. Bitch, what? You mean to protect a black man? A goddess protect black men. And vice versa. And vice versa for the men who protect black women. But you ain't gonna say, well, the woman's job, and we're gonna be there for him. No, we was there for them. We was there for them. We ain't had to get sprayed with that damn water. We ain't had to do none of that. We could have let the men do it. But hey, it didn't matter who got the job done. We saw what was happening. No, we're gonna protect our men. Plural. Them are goddesses.
That part. Oh God.
See, I ain't got no time for this. That's why I keep doing this, because I'm gonna keep on doing this. I don't care if it's one person in this goddamn room. It used to be me, Horse Lady, and Nick, and Blanchy Pooh, and a couple of others. It was sometimes be 4 or 5 of us in here. And these are older videos. You know how many likes I got on this video? Freaking 9. Cause nope, they ain't one. I was talking about Nature Boy, and we still hung up. We still stood in there, and we still watched this, right, Boss Lady?
That's right.
9. I can show you. This video has 9 freaking likes. Ms. Rod, Chrissy, Nick, and Nick.
What?
All you see is Nikki and Ms. Rod all up through there. Look at that. I ain't lying. And Miss Leah. But I don't have to support it. Y'all want to support this fake stuff? Go right ahead. But if you want to know who you really are, Let your grandmother show you. Let your grandfather show you. I don't know about these ancestors that you pray to.
Right.
Cap said.
Hey, listen, all these, Anunnaki and Wookiee and Nabawakis and
all these spaceships and shit.
Interior 9 galaxy motherfucker. Listen, man, like I said, knock yourself out. But to me, like I said, what made me, honestly, man, when I was young, like, and I would be like, man, to me, when I don't look at people now and be like, we gods. That's why I don't say we gods or I'm a god. I look at those kids. Those are kings and queens. Those are our ancestors. We can see them, man. We can talk to them. We see what they did.
Let me tell you,
This ain't on some
talking
stone.
to 'em, being with them. I was in. Let me see. I may have been
You got
8
a
or
note in the
9,
chat.
and the Black Panthers, they had a headquarters here in California, and they had a whole street. They had the Muslims on one side of the street and the Black Panthers on the other side. They had a shootout with the police. Do you know we was right in the middle of that? We was kids. We was ducking behind bushes and all that.
That's how
we
they
in
used
the
to give
front
it up.
playing, and the police come and they get into a shootout with the
Yeah.
police. And
No, that was just real.
I was physically
That was real.
there.
That was real. The early 70s, I was just young, and you got to remember, like I said, it was, man, they was not having it. They'll ride through certain neighborhoods.
That part I remember from then.
You remember the 80s, the police
No,
wouldn't
I
come
remember
all
the
the way
70s. I remember the early 70s. Yeah.
70s, yeah. They wouldn't come through. They not coming up in no project
This
building.
year,
Thank
a
you,
man
love.
called
Crazy.
me on the phone. Since we got this messenger.
Oh, the
a man
reptilians.
called
Yeah.
me on the phone, and he said, "Are you the little girl that was with 2 other girls that I saved when they was having the shootout?" I said, "What? Who are you?" And he said, "Can you tell me anything about that?" I said, "Yeah, there was a man that helped us and got us out the park and across the street and then this lady's house." And I said, "The lady," and he was just like, "Oh my God," he couldn't believe it. He was like, "You an angel." He said, "You the only person that I called who actually, talked to me and being real about it." Because I mean, that was serious. And now to think about it, I could have lost my life. Shit.
There was a lot of times when we could have, even the people in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where Mr. Kevin Samuels is from. Like, how dare you become a fucking op? And look what they did. You started all this Godfather, for a fact back in the days, we wasn't talking about no Godfather. We wasn't talking about no I'm God. We wasn't spreading that shit.
Brooklyn
Check
in
out
the
the
hell.
Check out the Tulsa.
Without a doubt. But we
And that's
wasn't
why
spreading that. We wasn't making ourselves. We wasn't saying we was God because we was so much about us.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
going
why
to obey me. And when the ninja, please.
they was out there together.
Even kids had to show Martin Luther King the way. Now I forget about a woman. Kids had to show Martin Luther King the way. Can you imagine that grown man? And everything that we speak upon of Martin Luther King, he wouldn't have been where he is. He would not be talked about. Was it for some kids? Forget about the bus. He was talking a bunch of kids.
Yeah, that was
you
after.
did not know a lot about Martin Luther King. Wasn't for a bunch of freaking kids. And we don't, but nobody gives them. Well, we're gonna show them they love because as one of our forefathers is in that line. One of our great aunts and uncles is in that crowd. We don't know who they are. But so as y'all looking at it, if you find somebody that look like you, y'all can, okay? They favor you a little bit, then that's your uncle. That's your great uncle. Remember, we started from the South. So if somebody kind of look like your great aunt or the grandmother side, Okay, just say, hey, that's my great uncle. It's okay.
Yeah, you ain't got to worry about whether you're a descendant of Shem or Ham or this one. Or, these are your descendants. That's why you can touch them, man. This is who you need to connect to. This is the only, all the other stuff spiritually, you can build on whatever you feel necessary to get you through this. But what I'm saying to you is if you really want to connect on a real spiritual level, this is the type of shit that'll move your spirit and move your soul and cause you to act different and treat people who look like you different. When you really understand and know what these people went through, and they're still here today and they're still alive. How disrespectful for us to talk about how much we'll clap each other up, and they say, damn, that ain't why we did this. We did this so all our kids could go to school together and be safe from them. Now we can't even go to school together. What was we out there dying for, getting hosed for, getting attacked by dogs and police?
Because in their mind, Kev, this happened so long ago. No, it didn't. Because other things happened, even like you said, in the late 60s. Remember, each part of time, even though my dates may get screwed up, that's because each year was something else. Each year was another fight, and it was something else. So you might not get the dates correct. Okay, I mean the year correct, which is okay. But each year was something up into the 70s. And I'm like, and damn sure I'm living and I'm not old. I am not old. And out of this, with 10, 15 years later, people don't understand 15 years later, my generation, which would be our generation, Kev, we said, you know what? We don't like what's going on. Rap was birthed. So we did our part too. And look what they did with it. Look how they treat us and look what they did with it. When we said, you know what? We're gonna be the mouthpiece. Remember, now we the kids. So now us, the ones in the 60s or whatever, they started having us. Right. So that'll be the late 60s and the early 70s. Right? So then we said, y'all can't do it no more. Because things are still going on. So we picked up the mic and spoke upon it. So, they got beat for it. So now we're speaking upon it. And then you got the nerve to tell us there's a disconnection between the hip hop and we old. And no, you must don't understand why did rap come out? It wasn't so y'all could be bling bling, and that wasn't what it was about. We just picked up their mantle. So the ones who's now making money out of it, right? I understand you picked up the mantle, but what happened was you didn't give back. Like a lot of our old artists, they are so broke, they died broke. You understand what I'm saying? Curtis Blow should never want nothing ever. Melly Mel should never want nothing ever. Kumo D should never want nothing ever. I'm not talking about the ones who came after them. Even though LL is old school, but he's sure he got it from them. And even the ones that the names that I didn't mention that wasn't, they records wasn't so popular. Busy B should never want nothing ever. Hey, King Kapala, they should never want nothing ever. Anything they want should be given to them.
And that's why I pay respect and I pay homage, because I understand that that would be disrespectful for me not to take that handoff that they gave me. You know what I'm saying? And move the ball forward, especially if I'm out here saying I'm for Black people and I'm this and I'm that. If I don't take what they gave me and move the ball forward, then I'm disrespecting them. I'm disrespecting their whole legacy. I'm disrespecting everything that they went to jail for, they got beaten hoes for. So I see the kids do it to us now, to our generation. So I just try to explain to them in the same way that you breaking this down to them. It's nothing I can explain to you. It's something that you're gonna have to see and understand that's tangible to you, and that you can relate this to your real life. Like, I don't know how you can relate an ancient story to your life, but I know that you can. This is real life. You can see this, even though it's black and white. It was so recent that we had video cameras and film. So this happened. You see this. You disrespecting everything that they stood for. You can have 1,000 reasons for killing somebody, but everybody that stood out there, you disrespecting them. The ones that's not here, you spitting on their grave. The ones that's here, you disrespecting them, you playing in their face. You think if they knew that we was gonna let this shit get to where it is, you think they would have did that? You think they might not have had the courage to do it, or they might have said, you know what, why would I sacrifice myself and my family and and they ain't gonna do nothing anyway. But you know, that's how I look at it. So I don't ever want to disrespect somebody who made my life easy. You know, I can run around here the way that I can because of my pops and my uncles. So when I see them, like
but then the younger generation could run around because of what we put in.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you may think we don't mean nothing, but we was with them rappers before they was rappers. We was the one standing in the freaking going to the damn parties when it was one party for the whole entire
whole borough
area. They all met in one spot, got them speakers together. You know what I'm saying? So we the one egg them on. Yay, woo, 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 woo. You know what I'm saying? We was the one that was in the school with them hitting on them daggone walls and stuff. You know, we were the one. So it's okay. I'm gonna say you could call us elders. I'm gonna say you're calling us old, but the part that you forgot to say is, "I got this." See, that's the part they're missing, because they said, even in the video, if you watch, they said, you know, they went through they went through so much. They were scared at this. The elders, they was beaten.
Yeah,
scared.
they was beat down. They was beat. I mean, they had put in their work. They put in their work. Like you put it perfectly. The young kids picked up the mantle because they saw that their parents were tired. They gave everything they could. Here, I'm passing the baton. Take it for, you know what I mean? And that's how it was. And I read Miss Leo's comment. I guess her son watching. She said her son said a thug spit knowledge. That's a good thing, because you know why? If you see, and I know he don't mean it literally, like he's calling me a thug, but just looking at my appearance, the way I'm dressed, the way I look, but I'm an old dude. I'm an old head, but he can still relate to me then. That's a now me and him can communicate. Now we can build, because he sees something in me that he sees in himself. That's beautiful. If he wasn't here in this space right now, you know,
Well, I
he
guess
wouldn't
they
even
all
got
was
that.
thugs. I guess they all was thugs. They said they all went to jail, right? I guess we come from thug. I guess we come from thugganism. So they was like, fuck it. They were like, fuck it, we going to jail. So I guess we all thugs. I guess my mama, my grandmama, I guess we all was thugs. We from Thug Nation.
They went to jail. They went to jail for a righteous cause. They didn't go on no bullshit. They stood on something. They went for a righteous.
Let's go to
right.
Man, my mama 84 years old and she's still a thug.
How's mama?
She'll thug you out. Like you wouldn't know her age. She get through with you.
God. Okay, now let's finish watching our young thugs. Let's finish watching our young thugs. And I'm gonna get me some water.
Congregate the University of Alabama. President John F. Kennedy federalizes the Alabama National Guard. Newsman
They
Joe
sent the guard, the national. Now, can you believe shit? All the things that's happening now, they never sent out the National Guard. But, hey, no, I would not be showing Carter ass. Yes, I will. Yes, I should show Carter before. Yeah, my older video, I have to show Carter ass. So Charlie was jumping right on my fucking leg and make sure he came in the picture. Hey, boo boo. Now, but for these kids, now these are not adults. They ain't break a window. They ain't start a fire. They ain't do nothing. They sent out the national, whatever he just said.
National Guard.
Oh, he said chicken love. Hey, boo. I'm
Hey,
looking for that.
puppy.
Now I'm talking to her. That's a pretty pup.
Oh,
All right, if anybody like to send any donations, send some donations over to the pretty pop. Shoot him a cash app. Shoot him a cash app. They sent out the National Guards for us. Ain't that some shit? Now I'm gonna go get my water.
Langston covered the event.
Well, the owners of radio stations got together and decided that they didn't want to have one reporter reporting the activities on the campus. They didn't want a repeat of what happened at Ole Miss. And there was a lot of rioting going on over there. They didn't want the same thing in Tuscaloosa. So they chose me to cover the thing. Nobody was allowed on campus. Those two students were the only ones who registered that day. State troopers everywhere. There were a few of us inside the Foster Auditorium. That's where they registered back then. And we were told. I asked for John came and said, "Now, Governor Wallace is going to be asked to step aside at the door by Katzenbach, Assistant Attorney General. He will refuse to do so. Katzenbach will return to the National Guard Armory where they were headquartered. He will federalize the National Guard. General Graham will come back, ask the governor to step aside. He will do so. The students will be admitted." We were told all this before anything happened.
I stand here today as governor of this sovereign state and refuse to willingly submit to the illegal usurpation of power by the central government.
This afternoon, following a series of threats and defiant statements, the presence of Alabama National Guardsmen was required on the University of Alabama to carry out the final and unequivocal order of the United States District Court of the Northern District of Alabama. That order called for the admission of two clearly qualified young Alabama residents who happen to have been born Negro.
Well, I would just like to say that I'm glad that the registration is over and everything is over now. I think we can get down to studying. This is our main purpose here, and I'm glad that this has all been over now, and all we have to do now is get down, look at our books, and start studying. That's all.
She's so pretty.
I'd like to say that at this time, this is our first and final press conference. And we'd like to say that we are very happy to note that our registration has taken place without incident. And we hope that we will be able to get on to our main purpose for being here, and that is get an education.
It went off very smoothly, no problems.
go on.
This is Rachel. Rachel is a science teacher and she is fed up. This is Ryan. Ryan is also a science teacher, but he tried GenerationGenius.com for free, so he's feeling pretty good.
Where you
Rachel
at,
spends hours searching for.
Tallest consists these male. Every member of white Negro male shall provide for such white Negro male. They said I go different bathrooms and stuff.
July 12th, the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals orders Birmingham schools to desegregate by fall. July 23rd, the Birmingham City Council repeals all segregation ordinances.
The past has taught us a great deal, but the real concern of this city is the future. I hope this committee will never look backward at the past, except to learn its lessons and avoid its mistakes. Let us put the past firmly behind us. Let us fix our eyes and our attention on the present and what lies ahead.
July 31st, the Justice Department files suit against Jefferson County to reinstate 2,000 rejected Black voter applicants. August 20th, another bomb explodes at the home of Arthur Shores.
When the bomb went off, it shook our house. So we went out and ran up the street there. We pretty much knew the direction of the sound. So we ran up there and we saw that his house had been bombed. And I remember the police came out and made everybody disperse and wouldn't even let you cut your front porch light on. And we walked around through the community, and they said that if you didn't cut your front porch light off, they would shoot it out.
August 27th, the March on Washington draws hundreds of marchers from Birmingham.
We're going to march. We're going to walk together. We're going to stand together. We're going to sing together. We're going to stay together. We're going to moan together. We're going to groan together. And after a while, we'll say, freedom, freedom, freedom.
God bless you. Who knew
September
that?
4th, in the shadow of another bomb at attorney Arthur Shore's home, white demonstrators attempt to stop the integration of Graymont Elementary School, West End, and Ramsey High School.
Okay. It shall be unlawful for any amateur white baseball team to play on any vacant lot or baseball diamond within 2 blocks of playground devoted to the Negro race. And it shall be unlawful for any amateur color baseball team to play baseball within 2 blocks of any playground devoted to the white race.
So wow, they said you can't even have a baseball field within
Sunday, September 15th. As fall approached, the success of the previous months of struggle seemed to promise that change would indeed be coming. But any hope of the end to the violence would be crushed on a warm, rainy Sunday morning.
I remember how Jane and Adam and myself, how we walked to church, having so much fun.
Earlier that morning, bombers would quietly place a box of dynamite attached to a timer under the steps of the church.
Churches were being bombed throughout Birmingham. And the 16th Street Baptist Church was a well-known meeting place for blacks at that particular time.
Addie Mae. Addie Mae.
She was so fun-loving. She loved how she played baseball, and that little time we had together, I just really loved her, and she loved to be around me because we were so close in age, and she loved to draw. She was so sweet. She wasn't afraid of anything.
Cynthia was what we might call today a soulmate. Cynthia was adopted, and what I remembered most about her, she was very petite, but she had a great sense of humor.
Denise, she was so quiet and sweet, and she would get along with everybody. Everybody just loved her. And Carol, we was all in the choir together, and we would stop by Carol and Robert's house to walk to choir rehearsal with us. They were just nice young ladies.
Something that's rarely mentioned is that there were actually 5 girls in the bathroom. The 5th girl was Sarah Collins. She was 12 years old, and Sarah survived the blast that took place in the women's bathroom here. I arrived at church on September 15th about 9:30. I went upstairs to the church office. All of the adult classes were upstairs, so I took them their materials. Then I went back downstairs, but I see them there in the bathroom. And when you entered the women's bathroom, there was one large room with freestanding mirrors and sofas and so forth. And beyond that large room was another door that led into the actual bathroom where the toilets and the face bowls where you wash your hands were. And they're talking and primping, and I know that there are 4 of them there. What I don't know is that there's a 5th person there, Sarah, who's in the back part of the bathroom. But I spoke to them, and they were laughing and talking. And then I hurried. I said, well, let me get these reports done, and hurrying up the steps. And as I cleared the top of the steps, the phone was ringing in the church office. And I go in, and there's no one there. I answer the phone, and the male caller says 3 minutes. And as quickly as he said that, he hung up. Holding my material still in my arms, I just hung the phone up, walked.
Can you imagine? I don't even want to imagine, but can you imagine That is on her hands forever. Forever is going to be if I didn't answer that phone. If I didn't answer that phone. Why did I go answer the phone? Our parents, grandparents, and others lived through so much. Sometimes, you know, they want
I'm back. Hey, Twin, what's up?
But remembering. Can you imagine being a young baby that age? And because you picked up the phone, the BBBBB went off? Can you imagine that? Imagine you have to live with that for the rest of your life. It wasn't her fault. But you're never going to say, oh, it wasn't my fault. She knows that she's the one who picked up that phone. God bless her. God bless her.
Out of this door and began walking into the sanctuary. And I actually took about 15 steps. We counted them one day. And I was right at this point here, about to walk down this aisle when the bomb exploded.
I was standing over.
She broke me. She broke me.
They came in and
she broke me.
As they were leaving out, they stopped. The need added a tattered sash on her dress, and I was looking over from the sink. When she reached her hand out, the tattered sash, and all of a sudden I heard a loud sound, boom, and I called out Eddie's name about 3 times. First I had to call Jesus because it scared me. It scared me so bad. And I said, Eddie. And I couldn't see nothing because the debris, the glass and stuff got in my eyes and it blinded me instantly. And all of a sudden, I heard someone outside holler, somebody bombed the 16th Street Church. And when they came in, they came straight in. And
you see they took that. Do y'all catch the picture? Do you see the picture?
Where the bathroom was. The area where the girls were, it's not an area that you can physically stand in now. But if you could, this is it. This is like the inside looking out. This is for people who were actually standing in the bathroom where the explosion came inward. This is the clock that was upstairs. This is how we know what time the bomb exploded, 10:22, because the clock stopped.
The ambulance came and rushed me to the hospital. I was laying on this good couch.
Look at that, my gosh.
Waiting for the eye doctor because he wasn't in. And I remember Janie came in.
Oh, she makes me cry every time.
In, I asked her, what was Addie? And she said that Addie had hurt her back, but she was coming to see me tomorrow. And
Addie never
but later
came.
on, she was talking to somebody, and she told them that one of her sisters was killed in the bombing. And I was upset because I didn't understand why they had to kill Addie. And then later on,
Addie,
after I come out, they rushed me to surgery and they operated on my eye. And I found out that the other 3 girls, Denise, Carol, and Cynthia, they was killed also. And I was going through this thing in my mind all the time, crying at night. Wondering why were these girls killed? I just didn't understand.
It was something that we never talked about. No one ever even said, well, are you afraid? Are you okay?
One thing about it, when I went back to school, they didn't counsel me. They didn't give me any counsel. And I went back to school in a terrible condition.
That was a proverbial shock heard around the world, because that just showed
Oh God, I'm sorry, guys. That lady, the way she tells the freaking story, it breaks me. It breaks me. But I will say is, whew,
Did you hear the lady who answered the phone? She said it was 15 steps. We counted them. She counted her footsteps.
mhm.
I mean, just think about psychologically what's going through her mind to the point where, like you said, she already was living with the fact that her answering the phone triggered the timer on the bomb, but she actually counted her footsteps. It's man.
And I was up for that part, but I remember it. But you know, when you watch, regardless how many times you watch something, you hear something different, and that part I did not hear. Yeah, Miss Leo, I can imagine. And then it's crazy because a lot of our people never receive counseling for nothing, for anything. We never received counseling. She said they didn't even ask, was they okay? They
Didn't know no better back then. You know, they didn't know how to handle. See us talking about trauma and back then they didn't, like you said, nobody asked them were they okay, were they afraid, nothing. Like now again, back to what we were saying earlier. I be telling these little kids, shut y'all little punk ass up and quit whining and crying about every goddamn thing. We all had trauma. People had it worse than you, and that's not diminishing yours, but let's put this in perspective. Now, these women are still, look at them. They ain't went out and killed nobody. Beautiful, articulate women telling something so horrific that none of us have ever experienced that in our whole life. They were children, little bitty girls when they experienced that, but they still lived their life and they thrived, and they didn't go out and turn into narcissists and start hurting people and all that crazy shit. Stop giving people excuses. We deal with our trauma, we stick together and we keep it moving. But as soon as we start allowing a whole bunch of bullshit to be normalized, that's when we get where we at right now. These little girls, she survived that, and nobody even asked her if she was afraid, if she was okay. And she was the only one to survive. So imagine the survivor's guilt. Imagine the trauma, man. Just imagine the trauma. You lost 4 friends at one time. That's crazy.
What the hell is you crying for?
They were beating the cat, Sugar?
Of course, that's a cat.
It's always his ass at night. See, the dog be laying down chilling. His ass. That's why I like cats with their sneaky ass. Man, hey, look, this shit is heavy, y'all. But look, this is educational, man. And then, I mean, you know, some stuff had to be said, and that's why I said I'm thankful, because, like I said, we can come over here and we can have fun and laugh. But Sugar, this is old shit for her. You know, and a lot of y'all that's new don't know, but she been doing this. She been touching on this. You can hear her commentary from when she originally played the video. She been on her, you know, so she talk about any and everything over here, you know, and, you know, we all learn something, man. And that's why I said it's just so important. Like, and like I said, I'm not knocking anybody's belief system, but doesn't it make sense though, if you say, hey, listen, I don't know about the Hebrews and the Egyptians and the Anunnaki, but what I do know is that my grandma's best friend's still alive, and her and my grandma grew up together in 1940 something. You know what type of build that is, just having a conversation, you know, and really learning things and understanding. And then I really believe this generation, man, you know, something has to change, man. They have to know that this shit is connected to you. This real shit right here. You talking about street shit? That street shit. They was in the streets. They didn't talk about it. They wasn't writing. They got out there. They said every kid in the whole city. They said they was jumping fences. You see them little girls had on dresses, had their hair done nice, little cute sweaters. They was out there. Everybody was together. When they got hoes, like Sugar said, they was on their ground. He said they taught them how to curl up in a fetal position so that the water wouldn't knock them over, but it was still knocking their little bodies over. They got they got German Shepherd dogs sicked on them, got beat by police, but they survived, and they changed something. They made it. You hear the president of the United States had to come on TV and say we're ashamed and embarrassed as a nation. Kids did that. Black kids.
And
Little
it's
black
still, and it's still more. This is
Man.
just, it's
That's
still,
just one thing. That was one
I mean,
thing.
I'm talking about in this 1963 Alabama, them kids still, you're gonna see the kids still didn't stop.
That's why I said this is one event. They didn't have no guns. They wasn't shooting police. They wasn't throwing Molotov cocktail. They wasn't doing none of that. They were standing on what they believed in, and they said, God damn it, we'll die for it. We babies. Think about the police.
I don't understand that. Are we still alive? I don't understand what you mean by that. You will have to you will have to specify that a little bit more. But Cavi was it's just that lady, the way she tell the story, and then people would look at her with her glasses on, and they would probably walk down the block and make fun of her eyes, not knowing
how significant she is in fucking history, in us, and who we are. They never have, and that's a shame that lady can walk around and nobody knows who she is. And that's crazy. We literally have human beings right now that are related to us closely, where we can trace ourselves back to her, and she's such a pivotal figure in history, and we don't know who she is.
And this is why I always argue with people when they talk about like rap and hip hop. I'm like, no, you talking about the rap music now. This was killed out. They had to remember, this was put in a lot of rap music. But if you remember, a lot of them, X-Clan and
Public Enemy,
the Brand Nubian, and all the rest
BDP, all of them, everybody.
They threw these things in there. So now they had to take it out. They dumbed it down and dumbed it down. But don't be like, I ain't never like hip hop. I ain't never like rap music. Whoa. Then you don't know rap music. If you my age and you're telling me, I'm not talking about the younger mothers where Lil Wayne raised your kids. I'm talking about the older. The older artists should be like, hold up. You mean the younger hip hop music, not the older hip hop music? Because that's even down to the videos. It shows the old burnt down buildings in the Bronx. It showed
right, because that's the only. You got to think about it like this: like, how many people love R&B music? Think about if you were around and you remember, and you were a teenager when a whole genre of music was invented by people your age, and it still exists 40 years later, and it's the biggest thing in the world, but it's totally different than what it started from. And that's what it's like when I see these kids and these babies, and then I see these kids and these babies now. That's why I be in the streets. That's why I be frontline. That's why I be out here with these kids and doing what I have to do and paying respect to them little babies that was out there without no bulletproof vest. I got a vest and a gun with me. They didn't have none of that. They just had their heart and what they stood on. I gotta honor that. I gotta pay respect to that in however way I can. And for me, that's my way of paying respect. Showing them these kind of videos, reminding them, talking to them, introducing them to people, letting them talk to my grandfather, letting them talk to my pops, letting them see old pictures of me with people that they know now holding me when I was a little kid. Because I want them to understand how closely they are connected to their ancestors. Those are our ancestors. That's where we start from. That's where we start from. We start from right there.
And then once we get to that understanding, and then that's the only thing that will fix us as a people, because then now we can, and let's not forget our uncles that was thrown into these wars and came back fucked up. So each way you turn, our elders was fucked up. So of course we was not treated as kids.
And don't forget about the ones who went to the war and came back with Ancient Orange and stuff.
I'm saying all the above, but I'm just referring to the ones back then where
they were young.
we
It was
wasn't
18-year-olds, 17, 16-year-olds that went to the war. They sprayed them with Agent Orange.
with Agent Orange, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going towards the back. I'm talking about healing us as a people. What I'm basically saying is the ones that now they have became dope fiends. The ones who has found substance where, you know, maybe our mother got abused, or, you know, they started with the dope, or they had got shell shocked and was going. So then, you know, instead of us saying how I learned how to forgive, like, people in the family, I went back into their history. So if I know my grandmother I'm like, okay, why did they drink so much? You know, let me go back into the 1930s. Let me see what was going on. Some of them, that's all they had. So once you understand that,
yeah,
you know, you can say, I forgive you, even though they might not be here no more. And then that, once we say that, because they're like, we're watching this now, so we can say, okay, you know, remember, a lot of these people migrated to the west and they migrated to the east. Well, back then they called it the north. I don't know what they call it, like the west. Like, I don't know what they call Cali, but I know, even though we call it east now, but back then it was called up north.
The north and the Wild West. And you got to remember too, like you said, they were so afraid of these kids in that generation coming up as rebellious and as militant as they were. It was no accident that they dropped drugs off in our community, because they were so together, they were so unified, they wielded so much power that they said, we have to break this up. We have to break this up. So it wasn't an accident when crack and drugs came into our communities in the early 80s, because they saw, damn, in the 60s and 70s, we was really about what we were standing on, and we were seeing, and they saw that we wasn't backing down. But again, once you send half of our men to prison and then get the other half strung out on drugs,
and the other half send the war, and
they came back.
Say where they sent. You notice, and we're not saying where they sent it, because I don't want no more problems from you.
Even the ones who went to Vietnam, like you said, they sent them to war.
I didn't want to say the word. He still says the word. But
my bad. Send them to war. If they didn't survive, or if they survived and made it back, they came back addicted to heroin.
Mm-hmm. But they was getting
they
was getting that straight stuff over there.
They was picking the poppy plants right out the ground over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pure, uncut. And that's
no chaser.
You see, you don't think the U.S. military knew that they had soldiers over there addicted to drugs? Of course they did. But that's, again, it goes to show you how deep this thing runs. That's what they do. That's how scared they get of us when we do unify. They said we have to. This is the FBI. This is the biggest federal.
You gotta talk. Oh, what?
I mean, my bad. The alphabet boy.
No, it's not that. When we go to the or back chat, maybe that's it. I'm gonna show you what they specifically say. And if you talk about this, and if you say this, it's a shame, but it is what it is. Yeah, a lot of them never speak upon it, because a lot of them numb themselves out of it, Blanche. They numb themselves out of it. And then at that point, a lot of them see it in pieces. They see it in pieces. And if they talk about it, a lot of them may have to remember it. A lot of them don't want to remember it.
It triggers them.
Yeah, that's the key. That triggers them. So now, if we keep going back and we see what happened to our people, not the Kundalini, not the spirituals, not the so feminine, smelling like rose quartz. Our grandmother was going to jail for something. What was feminine about that? But now we want to all these other things, and that's why before I jumped in on it, then we talk about. I'm like, I ain't talking about my men neither, because it's a we thing. It's a we thing. And if I keep saying we, the more y'all hear me say, the more y'all gonna say it. Y'all gonna keep saying we. Y'all ain't gonna be like women no more or men no more.
Exactly. And that's what it's about. We can't do nothing by ourselves. I don't care how strong men are. We can't do shit without y'all.
And vice versa.
And vice versa. We can't do nothing without the other. That's period. you see as early as them kids are. It was not boys. Them was boys and girls. It was every black child in that city. It didn't matter their age. It didn't matter with nobody. It was every kid, and they was together, boys and girls, because that's how they learned. That's the only way they survived. Their parents had to teach them that, because that's the only way their parents survived in the 30s and 40s. So, and then their parents survived in the turn of the century. You know, think about it. When our grandparents were kids, it was the early 1900s, man. We in the 2000s now. You know what it's like.
That's 100 years.
Exactly.
And that's only a couple of generations. You absolutely correct, bro.
So you know what it's like for my 94-year-old grandfather to see the world now. He could have never imagined that. You know. And
then they came what times was different back then. Nah. Okay, times were so much different. Why up until the time of 2022 as the last week, shit is still happening. We cannot talk about it, but shit is still happening. As of 2022, we still posting up on Facebook. Oh, look what happened. Look what happened. Look what happened. And then they know for a fact the kids are not going to step in because they feminize the shit out you.
Yep.
And then on top of that, they feminize the shit out the women. People forget that was the trick. Let's feminize both of them, because you know for a fact we ain't got no masculine energy. We got a vagina. If somebody got a vagina and they having intercourse, then obviously they feminine, right? I have my legs open. You know what I'm saying? But they keep instead of saying they call it energy. So the men too feminine to do stuff, and then now the women is too feminine to do stuff. And that's the man's job, and it's the man's job to build the community, and it's the man. What? I'm looking at history. I don't see where was the man's job to do everything, and then the black man. These coming from women, the women who are so feminine now, quote unquote, on these women channels. I'm like, nah, hell no. We was bonding. We was always bonding in Clark. We hung with each other. I don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. We was not sitting up there looking good. Hey, Nass, how you doing, sweetie? We was not sitting up there looking pretty with no freaking perfume on while our men was getting sprayed. No, we was, baby, they hoes you, they hoes in me.
And that's what we got to understand too. That's why we got to, I said the other day, we got to stop saying, oh, that ain't none of my business. Black people is all of our business, period. We can't, because as long as we think that ain't none of my business, then why would you let somebody do something to somebody you want, something that you wouldn't want done to you? But if we sticking together and it's 10 of us and we saying, nah, y'all ain't finna spray nobody, then they gonna think about it. But if it's 9 dudes standing over here saying, oh, he ain't spraying me, he's spraying that one dude over there, that ain't none of my business. That's how we have to, that's why I said we got to stop all of that. We got to stop all that individualism. Everybody want to be an individual. Yes, we all are individuals, but we also have to have a spirit of collectiveness when it comes to things that affect all of us. Because this stuff all of this violence affects all of us. Yes or no? We don't have to we don't have to be violent, but because our community is plagued with violence, we're affected by it. I'm affected by it. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I'm one of the ones that's out there to try to stop it. But yet it's still, every time I leave the house, I got that thing with me. Every time. Because
thank God.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Thank God.
No, I know what it is.
And the thing
you know?
is too, now.
Yeah, I don't, and I hate that I have to do that, but especially doing what I do. But that's the dichotomy. I'm out here trying to stop violence, but like I said, every time I feel I have to be protected when I leave the house. Just even running to the store right down the street, it don't even take 5 minutes to get down there. But I still get him. Yeah, you know. So but I hate, and that's what made me go so hard, because like I said again, we gotta pay respect to where we came from. We didn't come from that. We came from this, what we watching in this video. That's what
Oh,
we came from.
and it's more coming. And I have to intertwine. And this video was brought about what I showed in the beginning with the goddess and this. I'm like, goddess? No, no, goddess is when you was holding down the whole goddamn the fort. That's a goddess. I'm back listening. Oh, no problem. Just listen. That's a goddess.
Salute
A goddess is the one when when your men was out there doing what they was doing, and you was bringing something to them. Here's some water. That's a goddess, not sitting home. Like, no man back then had no damn time for that stuff.
Facts. Imagine if the men back then would have treated women like nature nut. Think about it.
Y'all be fucked up. Y'all be all.
Thank you. We'd be dead. We'd be gone. We'd be wiped out. We'd be wiped out.
Bobby spraying perfume on.
That's how serious it is, man. You got them. Don't let these dudes mislead you with this whole the monogamy is how polygamy is how we were intended. Listen, man, they was 2 by 2 out there. It wasn't no one dude with 8 women. Because that ain't how we ain't never been that way. That's some shit some other nut dudes started, to justify what they want to do. We got to get back to what it was. Like I said, this is what we come from, man. You don't have to look no further than this right here. I mean, not to say that you can and something's wrong with that.
Right.
What I'm saying to you is to connect you to something that moves you spiritually, emotionally. Look at this, because this is what your people, your father, your mother, your grandparents, this is what they suffered through. This is what in order for you to be able to walk around, fly, drive around where you want to drive, be able to get whatever kind of car. When they were marching, you couldn't go to any school you wanted to. You couldn't go to white schools. You couldn't drink out of water fountains. You couldn't eat in the same restaurants. That's how people don't understand how this wasn't that long ago. But they're out there. This is what they're fighting against. They was really on a righteous path saying, listen, we gonna do whatever it takes to make this shit right. And that's what it was. All this other stuff, I'll let everybody else have that. I'm on
women, I love women, but I gotta say what's right and what's wrong is wrong. We still didn't have no rights then either.
Word.
We wasn't able to vote then either. We didn't care.
Right.
At that point, we didn't care. But one thing for certain, 2 things for sure. Why y'all telling me about Eastern women and traditional women when I watch history, I see totally different. So why should I believe you? But it's believable when you want the money that you're making off of this feminist. When I mean feminists, I mean the black women who would. Are you kidding me? When the men wasn't home, who was? You had to do shit, didn't you?
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Most of them feminists that you hear talking on them panels, they don't have a man. And not to say that diminishes them because they don't have a man, but what I'm saying is you're speaking from a perspective that's not familiar to you. If you're anti-man, just like these men that in the He-Man Woman Haters Club, they don't have women strictly because of their attitude. No woman. I mean, if you do get a woman to agree to the terms, and you that type of man, she's not gonna be no quality woman. That's not gonna be no woman you respect. So we got to get back and we got to understand what it really is that we saying. What is it that we really want? Like all this high value, low value, all that. Nah. Are you in the same mind space that I'm in? Or do you want the same things in life that I want? Are you doing the things in your life individually that would add to me if we came together as a unit? Those are the things we need to start looking at. Stop giving
kids got together and they went to different schools. They didn't say your school better than my school. They didn't say you in the upper class school, the lower class school, my family better. They didn't say none of that. They said, hey, what did the man say? Go meeting at the park, right?
Right.
They knew what meeting at the park meant, right?
Talking in code. We've been doing it forever. Without the internet. Every school coordinated in the city. Did y'all peep that too? without the internet, without cell phones,
Mhm.
they all knew what the signal
What the
was.
park meant, right?
What the park? You remember the other one? They said when they saw the girl come with the picket sign, that mean everybody leave school. The other one, it was something else, but they all had different. Oh, the DJ came on. The popular DJ of the day came on and said it's D-Day. See what I'm saying? This is all without cell phones. So let's stop making excuses for not doing what we need to do. Straight up. Let's stop making excuses for us not doing what we need to do. Those who aren't willing to ride with us, we let them go. We ain't got to argue with them. We ain't got to talk about them. We just going to pay them no mind. We're going to organize. And then once they see we organized and how we move, and trust me, they're going to catch on. But I'm not waiting for nobody. That's why I do what I do. I move in my time. I'm not waiting for no leaders in my city. I became one because I stepped out front.
Me too.
Somebody said, yeah, I'm
and
speaking.
Then I have a past person. I ain't saying no name, but it still eggs me to say what we doing is nothing, and the man. But it's so crazy. I am gonna say something.
Right.
The man is supposed to do the banks and the this and the that. But why you wrestling? Ain't that a man's job? But I leave it like that, right?
All right, let's spank your hand. Let's spank your hand.
Right there. Before you come out, I tell don't come out. Do not come after my brother. Do not.
But nah,
do not come after the boss lady, and don't come after my brother, and do not come after my people in my chat. Don't do it. Don't do it, because it's gonna come back and bite you. Now you freaking She-Ra and shit. I thought.
And I'm gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna shut up. I keep saying that, don't I? I know.
Don't we both? Don't we both?
But you know, I just want to say, like, we all great, all of us. Each individual one of us is great, because you just don't realize sometimes you can talk to a kid, you can mentor a kid, you can play a part in a kid's life, and that would mean everything to that kid. You don't know who you are to somebody else until you make yourself available to that person, you know. And you might be that person that kid needs. Because you remember when we was growing up and we would be like, or even when we got grown, we would say, man, I wish I had somebody like that when I was growing up. Be that somebody, yo, because you don't know how much of an impact that it has on kids, man. And that's why, you know, that's how we build back a generation of babies that we can raise like these kids that we see in this video that are now adults. Because if we don't do that, we lost, man. We you know, we hustling backwards. If we not on that type of time, we hustling backwards. We can't do nothing by ourselves. And that's all. When, like I said, this is far back in history as you need to go. When we don't stick together, like now, we see what happens. When we did stick together, like they did back then, came together, stuck together until change was made, we got proof that it happened.
Oh yeah,
so
we get to the end, you're gonna see. And even if it's a thing that is in economics, because let's say we cannot do violence. Let's not think that, because they got little insects in the air that may go poof. You know what I'm saying? You think of the insect, you know what I'm saying? They got things flying over our head. But we can support each other, and we gotta call out the ops. But the thing is that men / women who you could tell they part of the act, because I just read to you guys what the Manosphere was about. I just read to you guys, which I'm gonna, if I didn't click it all the way off, I'll show you. I think I clicked it off. I have to rewind it. And it also show you that they plant women in there. So both of them is working against us regular people. So it's not just the men. See, women gotta understand, it's not just the men that's spewing this hate amongst women. They got women involved too. So we thinking we going against just them, and then here you go, you got the women too that's trying to steer us in other ways, but it's going to backfire, because the minute something happened, we're going to be sitting in the house in a beautiful bubble bathtub, smelling good, looking for a man to come home that might not come home.
Facts.
And then, you know, where we could have been down with him, and they said that the man is a lie, that the man is a mind. This comes from the women. And I'm like, no, a real man got advice from his daggone woman. You know what I'm saying? Vice versa. Maybe he wouldn't have went out, but you too busy worrying about what he gonna bring you and how he's gonna take care of you. I'm not talking about taking care of household. That's two different things. If you are a family,
right?
But if you're not a family, what are you worrying about? What a man gonna bring you? What he's gonna do for you? And I'm not gonna lie, I just wear red bottoms. I'm just gonna look good, and I'm just gonna look pretty. I'm just gonna be a trophy. We wasn't never trophies. We wasn't meant to be trophies, and a man was not just meant to work just to. They was working, but they spending so much money for you to be a damn trophy that we don't have no businesses, no nothing. But your woman look good.
And you know what's so ironic when you hear these men that's in the whatever they call it, the manosphere or whatever, when you hear them speak about the ancestors and the way they lived. You know what's ironic about that? If you look at African cultures right now, the indigenous ones.
Oh, I got a video on that. Go ahead.
No, but I was just the modern indigenous ones. They don't treat their women like that. Look at the roles that everybody has watched, History Channel or, National Geographics, and they watch, about one of these tribes, these modern tribes that they're still indigenous. They don't, have outside contact, but they don't treat their women like that. So where did they get that from? I'm not understanding, because they would be more closely tied to all these ancient civilizations that people was talking about. So they don't treat their women like that. So I don't, like I said, don't get brainwashed into the idea that this comes from us. We've never diminished our women in the history of our culture the way that we do now. Those are facts. Never one, even when women didn't have the right to vote, even women were never treated in such in a way that they are now. Women weren't allowed to be beaten on. Women weren't allowed to be exploited. It was never that way.
Not to say that it didn't happen, but
no, not to say that it didn't happen, of course, but I'm saying it just wasn't acceptable. It wasn't like, oh God, that's whatever. No, it was never like that. That was always frowned upon. But again, we normalized so much stuff that to the kids that are just coming up, if they're coming into that, that's all they know. So that's why I said it's up to us, people our age, to teach our kids who are now young adults and their kids. We have to teach them, hey, this is where you came from.
Yeah,
this is what Papa them. This how Papa them got down when they was coming up.
Yeah, and today, even though their way of doing it is saying F them red bottoms. Chick, I want a regular chick or a regular female so we can save our money and get some land. I ain't talking about no land way over there. Like they claiming nature boy, the black man needs just a black man. Listen, and you must don't know your history. You ain't gonna get your land nowhere and do whatever the fuck you want to do. You tried it. How many different islands you went to? You tried it. If you need to be hidden someplace to have some land, that going to show you ain't no good fruit coming out that land. Now I ain't talking about no regular. I'm talking about no fruit. That means you want to sit back like nature nut and come suck it. Do this. Open your legs. Push you wide open. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want.
Right. It ain't the spirituality. It's all that other bullshit. That's what I'm saying. It's like, and let me just give you a real quick example of how we can do that when we talk about, like, everybody always talking about, invest and get into real estate and buy land. I'm gonna show you somebody that I know personally did this. He worked construction, so he wasn't rich, but he made decent enough money where he could save some every week. His wife cooks really well. So what he did was said, okay, the first year, they planted a garden. So they grew all of their vegetables. And in the process, she started making plates, and they were making plates for the homeless, bag lunches. So she started making plates and selling those. Next year, she gets a building. They didn't have to have a whole lot of seed money because he was able to get money on a loan because he makes decent money and they didn't have a lot of debt. Plus, when they started off in business, a lot of the things from them starting a garden and growing their vegetables, then they had small animals, chickens, you know. So now when you open a restaurant or you have a little small building where you can pay a few $100s a month, less than $1,000 a month to rent this space, now you have a business, you have the plot of land that it sits on, that you own, and that is your business. That's how we now, your kids have something.
Yeah, they wasn't all up in the video. I got bling, 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 and look at my teeth and having the telephone. I'm like, when is that going to play out? I'm like, that's one thing I'm like, do you know how crushing that is to see you playing with money to a person that's hungry for real?
I'm tired of seeing them holding that money up to their ear.
Yes.
They won't go pay an attorney.
Right. Get locked up and can't even get a lawyer.
Put a retainer. Put a retainer on a lawyer.
Put a lawyer on retainer, yeah. But see, that's the thing. You don't even have to do nothing illegal. You can do it the right way. Like I said, you can start off. That's starting off small, but now you have a person that grows their own food because, again, that's their personal garden. But then they can add that touch to the restaurant when she makes plates because she grows fresh vegetables. You get what I'm saying? So they have a plot of land that they own. Even if they didn't have the restaurant anymore, they own the plot of that plot of land. So the state would have to buy that back from them. So they have assets. But these are regular people, and now, you know, he's got a little retirement because he's been working in construction for 25 years. So he's taking that money. Now think about the people who actually got a PPP loan and did the right thing with it. Now he was able to get a bigger building and more modern equipment for his wife. So now she's got a nicer restaurant.
Yeah, but we was taught to get the money, spend it, get the money, spend it, get the
Done out.
just so you can prove, just so you right. Just
Get on
so
the
you
gram.
can prove, just so you can prove to the next person or hey, I got money. You
Throw a stack in a strip club. Yeah, all that ignorant Negro shit. All of that. That's where we've gotten from where we started.
From a bunch of people who came from nothing. How dare you? Not to mind you only got to where you got to was not just because of your talent. It's because we believed in you. We bought your records. We bought you this. We go to your kind. We believed in you. And
it killed me when they be saying, I got it out the mud.
Or the bag.
Your parents got it out the mud.
Bag. Or I got
our
the
parents
bag.
and grandparents got it.
You can't talk to me because you broke. We all came from nothing. You should be thankful. Okay, I found something to do to, at least to get the bag. I would never throw that in nobody's face. I don't care how much money y'all got. You broke ass, you ain't got nothing to say to me. Like, did you know we all came from nothing?
Right. That's what we have to remind them of, though. You ain't getting nothing out the mud. You had a hand up. I don't care how poor you was. You was wealthier than your parents was. I guarantee you that when they was young. I guarantee you that. I don't care if you lived in the projects. Your parents and grandparents lived in a worse house than the projects you lived in.
They was glad to get. That's why
they lived in shacks. They lived in shacks that most of them built that had 10 roofs that would. Come on, I'm telling you.
Did you ever see the show? Oh, I don't know if I showed it, but I'm quite sure we all probably seen it at some point in time. Did you ever see the show when they showed the slave quarters and how small it was for a whole entire family? Yeah.
One room with a potbelly stove in the middle.
All right, come on, you guys. Y'all come on. Let's get. We ain't gonna be here all night.
All right.
What you say?
I said we're not gonna be here all night.
Hold up. Wait. Hold up. Wait.
I'm finna shut up for real. I'm finna
No. I got something for that one. Say it again, boss lady.
I said, y'all getting along with it. We ain't gonna be here all night.
Several days later.
Tomorrow.
And we ain't gonna be up all night either, huh?
I gotta really put that there for myself. But being that boss lady said that, I thought,
All right, let's get through the video. It's getting late. Come on.
every time y'all say that, here it go. 20 minutes later, 75 minutes later.
Okay, 35 years later, 1 eternity later.
Ah, gotcha. I had something for that one too. Yeah, we have fun on here. Yeah, gotcha. But y'all right. Let's go.
How dastardly and how cowardly and how
But I have to
mean-spirited,
break it because
how
I'm ready to cry.
racist Birmingham was. That 4 little girls in a church of all places were bombed, including one girl who was decapitated. If that doesn't
I know for a fact, majority of us heard these stories, but when you get to hear it from people's mouth, like Addie, like we know of the 4 girls that
a little bit.
got boomed, but to hear from a friend of hers who was there with her, it makes it more. This lady makes me cry. I can't watch her no more. I can't watch her. To her, it happened yesterday. To her, it happened yesterday. I don't know if y'all can see that tear getting ready to drop out her eye. But you can tell every time she talks about it, she is still disturbed. This is what they did to our kids.
And still, some is out there. I really believe some are
You
still.
see the tear? You see the tear that fell out her eye? Look at the tear. Do y'all see that tear that still dropped? Oh my God. That's why I was stalling time, but let's go.
Oh, they'll be shouting. They'll be shouting.
Mm-mm-mm.
Until we are all free. I would like to tell our young people to take charge. Don't take life for granted. These things happen, and it happened within your lifetime.
It took us in 63 to do what we had to do.
I want to say that I'm glad that I was a part of the children's movement at the
Same topic to different people. But you got some people that they made it about one. I'm glad that this one didn't make it about one. Okay. They kept it to the people. And I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be speaking of that name. Addie.
They told me Paul was there and Kelly the Playboy, and they agreed with nonviolence.
I was somewhat of a crazy guy, I guess.
Kelly the Playboy. Now I gotta remember, this is 1963. Now we will have people in here that was born before 63 and a little bit after 63 is when something happens to them or their think I know something.
Good doobly woobly. Shelly the Playboy was the mouth of the South.
What's up, everybody?
No one had a closer relationship with the kids in Birmingham.
Make some noise, everybody! Make some noise!
See, we always have parties and DJs. Let me shut up.
Being on the air, you had music, which is the best. But each time you have an opportunity, you talk about freedom. You talk about rights. Didn't take very much to get the kids. The kids knew. They knew.
We started with the football players and the cheerleaders and the beauty queens.
I was an 88-pound majorette.
I got involved in moving because I was talking to a little pretty girl.
Ooh, I can see myself wearing long skirts, donut socks.
Good morning, Good morning,
Here come a copyright strike.
Very simply, look, you can get hit by a baseball bat playing baseball, but segregation destroys the inside of your mind and your soul, and it doesn't heal that easily.
I played football on the football team. Played defensive tackle.
Reverend Bevel asked, have you ever wondered why your helmets are always blue and white? The school calls are green and gray. He said, you get the equipment that the white schools discard.
I'm glad I chose the movement and not athletics.
Bevel would turn down the lights and show a movie from the City and Movement in Nashville.
I saw a bunch of coloreds sitting on the stools. They looked like they were just trying to egg on a fight.
The stark reality of nonviolence being met with violence was shocking and scary, and it drew kids in by the hundreds.
Bevel would tell us, Ms. Cotton would tell us, if you cannot restrain from being violent, maybe the movement was not for you.
Well, that was a beautiful concept after you think about it later. But when you get your head knocked on, ouch! You really got to think real hard and twice. Because the fellas down on 15th Street, those fellas would fight back. They came to fight. But because of Dr. King and them girls, they would say, y'all come on, cooperate. We need a peaceful protest.
On Saturday, April 20th, Dr. King bonded out of jail. His release caused barely a ripple.
We were defeated here in Birmingham. They had beaten us down into the ground.
Dr. King, in our strategy session, says that the only way to break Birmingham, we're going to have to fill the jail. So I said, I agree. I absolutely agree with you on that. Now, how I feel the jail is my business.
I got you. Night, Dr. King speak, he was crying like mad to get somebody to
Now listen.
And they just didn't stand.
Listen.
I remember King inviting any volunteers
Listen.
to go to jail the next day. And nobody stood up.
I bet you'll be a woman. I know it. I know it. I know it. I know it.
Look at that.
Don't ever, if anybody ever come up and talk about the black woman, send their ass straight to double stick. I told you, the first person gonna stand up was gonna be a woman. You see?
Did y'all see that? That's history. That is history. You have to see it for yourself. And I guess the member boss lady, because you were here, Nicole, you were here. I could have sworn Branch was here. Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
This is facts.
They said nobody stood up. That young girl, I don't rewind that part. I said send them somewhere. I don't know where I sent them to, but
And then once that one woman stood up, 4 more women stood up before anybody else stood up.
Then
the men stood up.
And we can't argue that. How can we
That's
can't
fact.
argue this? We
It's
can't
on,
argue.
it's facts. Unless you just don't want to believe, hey, that's on you. But these are facts. I don't believe nothing that I cannot see or prove.
Nicole, so I'm great. Thank you, Nicole, for watching this again, and Blessé for watching this again. I could have swore Blanche was here because Blanche is always with us. You don't remember this one? Blanche, I know you're in here because this was done, before you had to do what you had to do. You were in here. You probably, like you said, you don't remember. A lot of stuff I don't remember. But the only reason why I remember it because certain things, because when that lady stood up and other videos you will see, you're going to again see the women come out first. But I can't. So is all that other bullshit debunked?
Facts. But we ain't gonna be up all night.
2,000 years later. Tomorrow for sure.
And we doing good time. It's only 11 something. Then usually about 2 or 3 o'clock we start saying that. But we ain't I ain't been up with y'all all night.
Several days later.
Truly Laced, what up? Did you hit that like button ever so slightly when you came in? If you didn't, X out and go hit that ever so slightly and come on back. Please and thank you.
The ones that got mail order brides or trophy wives or quick things, you ain't lying. We carry babies white. Waze, you have to help me out with that one. I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by that. You're gonna have to help me out with that one. You don't, I mean,
I think you're referring to the strength in women. Like, we carry babies. Why? Because we're strong. You have to be a strong, you have to be physically strong in order to carry a baby full term and deliver it. I think that's what he's saying.
Our babies we was protected by God back then. This is 63. Let's go back to the 14, 15, when we was literally getting, and them babies survived, or we would not be here.
Not in no hospitals, not with no anesthesia. They was having babies in a shack, a 1-room shack, and in the most unsanitary conditions, and those babies survived and thrived. That's you can't tell us nothing about who we are, man. This is all we have to look at. We ain't got to go no further than this. I'm telling you, we don't have to go no further than this, and we can, and that'll give you truly an understanding. Like I said, I don't knock anybody doing research or learning history, but I'm saying if we're talking about history, this is our history. This is recent history. This is what just like when they brought Black people to the Americas and they separated us from our tribes, from our language, you know, from our religion, and because they wanted to distance you from that memory of who you were. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
In our parents' generation, they didn't teach it in school because that was their way of separating them from their history. Now they're not teaching kids about these people and letting them know that they're still alive and showing them what we directly came from, not 100, 1,000 years ago, what we just came from in the last 100 years. Because our grandparents,
but
a lot
this
of our
is not
grandparents,
100 years ago, bro.
yeah, our grandparents were in their 70s and 80s. And
That's one of our aunts, our great aunts and uncles up in there. I'm trying to see who's favorite
Exactly.
up in there. I'm gonna claim them. I'm claiming them. God damn it.
But I know my great aunts and my aunts and uncles are the ages of these people that's talking right now. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, it hit close to home for me, and I think that, you know, and I think the babies, you know, it'll benefit them, man, to know this, man. It'll make them feel a different way about themselves. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm. And like, I was joking when I said a woman stood up first, and sure shit, those think a woman stood up first. But let me get back to that, because I'm gonna let it just run off and play, because I know for a fact we are not gonna be up
75 years later, 2,000 years later.
Y'all know I'm gonna do something stupid, right? Y'all know I'm gonna do something to edge it.
Approximately 10 hours later.
Forget y'all. But I really did this as a joke to myself, because I'm always the one saying it. But okay. But now Kevin set it off first, so no, Boss Lady set it off, so I had to catch you with it first.
You got me too. I didn't expect that.
I remember King inviting any volunteers to go to jail the next day.
Look at them in, like, I bet you'll be a woman. I know it. I know it. I know it. I know it. Don't ever, if anybody ever come up and talk about the Black woman, send their ass straight to double six. I told you, the first person gonna stand up was gonna be a woman. You see with your own eyes, right? Do this, nigga. That's one of our great. I don't care where you live at. We all from down here before we migrated. That could be one of my great aunts. Hello now. Hello somebody. I told you women's gonna stand up first. The women don't first in our head hit with stuff too. Traditional woman. Women was traditional. The man was a predator. Man, was too much stuff going on. What are you talking? Damn it! After this commercial. All I can say is I respect due. Okay, y'all know what D-Day mean now, right? Okay, here we go.
This was the day where every student in Birmingham knew.
I ain't gonna say nothing else. You like how they show the younger version of them and then they shoot to the older version of
I was
them?
just getting ready to say that. I love that. That's showing you connected directly to history. They're still here with us to eyewitness and testify to everything. Facts, not no book, not nothing you read, something they went through. They were right there. I love that, how they show the
I
young
don't
one.
know who put that together, but I love how they did that.
That it was going to happen.
But you've got to remember that all of the planning was a secret.
Good. Good morning, children.
The DJs would talk in code and use songs from the hit parade as signals for action.
I remember that one.
Now they learned from their forefathers how to speak in code. They learned from their forefathers how to speak in code. Can't play the music, sorry guys.
Lord, I mean, don't go. You go to school. I told my mother, I said, I hear you.
Here come the damn copyright strike for 3 seconds of a song.
I said, I wasn't going. I said, I hear you.
The kids say, F what mom and daddy was saying. I hear you.
Picked out. Your job is to
Look at this. Again, look at the kids, Kev.
Look at them.
Look at
Young.
the kids, Kev.
But look at their face. They ain't ice grilling. Look, they not out there trying to be no gay. They out there like, listen, we standing on what we standing on. I love that. Look at their attitudes. These are young men, young kings, not guys, young kings. They knowing what they know what they listen. They know what they're fighting for. They know exactly what they're fighting for. That's it. I love that. That's what give me, that's why I work with these youngsters, because the little kids like that, when I see that look in their face, when I see that determination in them to do something different.
I'm gonna go and beat my son. Wait, get your ass up. Look at these kids here. Damn it. No, I'm joking.
this fire alarm, that fire alarm. Get the football team, basketball team, get the cheerleaders, get the band.
It was right at 11 o'clock when they arrived. They came up to the fence with a sign that just said, it's time.
When we said, let's go for the window.
And I told the husband, come on, let's go. And I looked around and, all I could see was my own fanny almost,
They jumping out the window.
Yes, but you said you were going to go. You promised.
And that's when kids start coming.
Woo-hoo! I love this shit, man.
Coming out of windows, coming out of doors.
It's so beautiful. You would believe it.
Mrs. Foley turned her back as we got up.
And she turned her back. She can say she can do nothing. I ain't mad at you, sister. I'm not mad at you. How?
He took it from there.
I want to work out with him. It was my job.
She turned her back. I love it. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Once the students start moving, the principal, the teachers, and everybody had to step aside.
My boyfriend tried to stop me from going. I walked around the building. I came right back out in when I came.
You have about 2 children left in the class, maybe. Everybody's gone.
I'm sure that morning Deborah was nervous about who was going to show up.
At first there were a few, then there were hundreds, then there were thousands.
Thousands.
We heard that kids were coming in from all over the city. And when we heard that they were coming in from out of town, we got more excited.
I had a cool car. They said, okay, we can
Hey,
do it.
pick up the light, baby.
Outside
Bum,
the
bum,
classroom,
bum.
go back in. Lo and behold, when I got out the classroom, the whole campus was outside of the building. They all said, "We going to Birmingham."
20 kids climbed on the car, and 800 followed behind.
Oh, Lord, copyright strike. That's a shame. I ain't got this. I don't have none of these. I don't have none of these modern types anyway. So I'm gonna play the music
From another direction. You said, where are all these kids coming from?
I've never seen that many people in your life. It's like a football game.
Y'all, I'm telling you, right? You got to love your people. You got to love your people. Not other people. Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you that? Oh, think about that is you and myself. I'm not in your chat, baby. I'm right here live. These men and women genders. Because they black folks made it. They hate black folks. But I'm happy when we all like a waterfall.
They were coming in all doors, from all directions, from the basement, from the back.
I'm Shirley McFinn. She become unrivaled.
After these 2-second commercial.
Pep rally. Here's Park, are you in the house? Or Webster, are you in the house?
Yes, my people. Hey. Oh Lord, copyright. Turn me around, ain't gonna let
Killing
nobody
Park was the
turn
big
me
green
around.
buffer
Gonna
between black
keep on
Birmingham
walking.
and the white downtown.
Talking.
16th Street Baptist Church was on one corner, and by noon, Birmingham's finest were on the other. It was all laid out like a battlefield.
To think about it now, I get the shake.
Oh no. I wasn't even
Martin
home
Luther
earlier.
King spent the day at his
It wasn't
motel,
me, love.
wrestling with his conscience.
A lot of people thought the kids were going to get hurt. But the reality of
Look at the light. You know how you can tell if it's me or if it's not me? If you don't see that boom, boom, boom,
That's
it ain't
the
me.
destruction. That's got to keep it moving.
Oh Lord. Now you know what them songs meant too.
They came out and
We did
Yeah, play.
this as a
You won't see
play in
this. You
elementary
won't see this no
school.
more.
That does it.
We sang all these songs on stage and everything.
In the next 50.
more kids were coming in the back door.
50. 50. 50. So it's like, when they gonna stop?
I think when the police arrested us, they thought that we would be afraid and start to cry.
Hey!
It was good to see that we were happy and singing and glad to be arrested.
It's after about 12 o'clock. So maybe we got 500-600 students in jail now. I told Will Connor, we have to take a break.
And he walked out in the middle of the street where the police were. Don't you think we ought to take a break? You need to let your men cool out. We'll cool out. Take a lunch break.
He said, yeah, well, we need a break because my offices, I've been out here and haven't had anything to eat. And the side, he says, here come the lunch truck.
The next thing I knew, they passing out Coca-Colas to him.
Will Connor saw me eating that salad. He said, hey, what that nigga?
As soon as the rest period ended, he come back over where we were. They go back over where they were. They start back to kicking back.
Look at them smiling. Every
By
last
3
one of them
o'clock,
smiling.
Almost 1,000 black kids were under arrest or parading without a permit.
There were
1,000.
So many kids in jail. Schools couldn't teach.
I remember that so well because my classroom was in jail. A whole class.
Look at that.
We were told to say we were 15, and that would keep us out of a big jail. Didn't work in my case.
I can remember some of them thinking that we're gonna kill him. They'll tell me, "Oh, I know you're gonna kill me, but I wanna call my mama first."
So they wasn't even scared. They was letting me call my mama first. If you're gonna kill me, let me call my mama first.
When the children were in jail, the people were pulling them on. Dr. King, my daughter in jail. Dr. King, my son in jail. Dr. King, what we gonna do? I mean, parents just all around here talking about their children in jail. Just as calm, just as nice.
Don't worry about your children. They are going to be all right. Don't hold them back if they want to go to jail. They are doing a job for all of America and for all mankind.
My father told me I could not be part of that movement. I had better not go back downtown. He didn't tell me I couldn't go back to church, which is where it all started in the first place, right?
Well, in that church, I have two, Birmingham to Texas. But we had a microphone. We didn't tell them that. You've got to know what the other guy's doing if you're going to whip.
What's up, brothers and sisters? Today was D-Day. Tomorrow will be Double D-Day.
Double
By day
D
two,
Day.
the word was
Damn.
out, and more than 3,000 spectators converged on the church to watch. But no one could have imagined what they were about to see.
When we got to the park, police were lined up. They were marching. Got ready. Oh, good Lord, I scared to death. And then the officers gave the order to open up.
Stand for your head. Knock them down. And that water had pressure behind it. It hurt.
During the meeting the day before, they had told us the policeman might hit you, the policeman might have dogs, they might spit on you, they might kick you. But I remember thinking that no one said anything about water hoses.
You can see that the first blast of water dispersed the crowd. But when the water subsided, there were 10 kids still standing. And they were singing one word over and over.
This is powerful, bro.
Hallelujah.
The crowd surged back. The fireman was certainly faced with 200 and 500 protesters.
Will O'Connor standing there with his hands on his hip. Shoot the water on those niggers.
The water was so powerful, 4 men couldn't hold it steady.
We could hear the firemen yelling, knock the niggers down.
Look at that. And wasn't that hard to knock us down, damn it?
Like that was straight. Like a sheet of paper.
And look, it would sting so bad.
Suddenly you could see against the sky these bricks and stones.
They were calling SOB bastards. And it started with rocks and bottles. They were arresting them as fast as they could.
Slow came through with that damn tank. And black folk were throwing and hitting that tank with balls, rocks.
Will O'Connor would tell them,
Bring the dogs out.
Most of the dogs were on leash, but if you reach out, the dog's going to bite you.
there was this vicious big old dog. They turned it loose on the smaller child, and the dog lunged at his throat, and it hit him and bit him
police that named this black dog nigga.
Dang.
Black German Shepherd. They had nigga trained. Nigga would bite you.
The damn dog couldn't even be black. You see that shit? The damn dog couldn't be black. They don't call the poor dog ninja. If it's black dog, what the black? A poor dog couldn't be black in peace. Get out there and fight for us, ninja. Don't get them ninjas, ninja.
Have met the flash test with flying colors. They deserve great praise as they maintain the peace.
When President Kennedy saw his Saturday papers, he said the photos made him sick.
The embarrassment
Dick Gregory, God
for
bless
us
him.
around the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's when Kennedy called Birmingham. Kennedy had sent word down that if children got involved, that his administration couldn't support that kind of stuff.
President says stop the move. I don't think so.
Well, the Kennedys knew nothing about the South. Why would they? They rich, Ivy League.
They know who don't know about the
He
South.
was talking with Dr. King and them about getting these kids out the movement, but it was out of Dr. King's hands.
Kids were all over the place.
You going to jail today?
Jimmy is going.
I went yesterday.
Why can't I go?
I'm going to jail. You going to jail? We're going to have a party in jail. Hey, Smiley, black folk boy, I tell you.
And I'll circle all those contracts.
The kids said, "Fuck you, Martin." The kids, do you see the part? They was like, "You went to jail." I'm going today. Do you see that guy? They was like, "F that." Today's my day. You went today? You going today?
Yeah, we have a party in that mother. Let's go to jail. We have a party in there.
They did. They did. They did. You gonna see?
And did. And did.
Yo, oh my God. I'm not laughing. I'm just laughing at how resilient we are. That's the laugh part. You thought we were like, oh my God, no, they ain't funk that. Yeah, we got sprayed. Yeah, we knew how to kick it anywhere. We got sprayed and what? You know, they tore us up. Dogs can't bite us and shit. But hey, round two. Remember, they say today was D-Day. Tomorrow's double D-Day. I guess it was triple D-Day and all the rest of it.
Hey,
Kids
it
did
sent
not-
chills through me when that lady said, after they got through hosing everybody, it was 10 kids standing and they was all singing the same thing over and over. And I don't know if you could hear it in the video, but they were saying, freedom, free. That's all they were saying. That shit gave me chills.
That gave me chills too. And I was singing too. Freedom. Oh my God. And you know, these kids did not stop. That's why you heard us say it was out of Martin Luther King's hands. The kids said,
Right.
you know what, F for y'all. Damn it. And
Now think about their parents too. Their parents allowed them to do that because they knew that that's what it took.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? They keep parents let their kids do some bullshit. Them parents, he told them parents, don't worry about your kids going to jail. And they knew it was a bigger plan. They couldn't keep justifying sending no kids to jail, putting dogs on kids, but they was committed. They say we coming out every day and did.
They did.
Until they stop.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
So now when we say what's up, king, what's up, queen, let's be real stingy with that term now, because you know they throw that around too loosely. You're looking at kings and queens right now. These clowns that be calling themselves king and this and that. And see, you see the difference. You see the difference. Real talk. These are kings and queens in real life we looking at.
Yeah, y'all wait till I get to the other places. We're gonna be going. I'm gonna be mixing. If I do like Nature Nut and all that, I'm gonna mix some of this stuff with it because we need to see the real from the fake. The real from the fake. So next time you hear something about traditional women, y'all should be like, at least whatever man that's in here, be like, well, hold up. See, we don't correct them. See, I correct these women in the heart because I be trolling their ass, but I don't do it no more. I don't troll them no more. The boss lady now was on the mission and shit. So we all know who the hyena is. And the other chick I was getting ready to do. Hey, Panamanian princess.
The other one, the wolf dog, ain't it? Wolf dog in the mouth.
They had the other one, the pretty one, Melanie. They had her, but she sold us out too. These women selling us out because, as we read, they were planted to do so. They figured we, you know what I'm saying?
And it's Owens, all of them.
And then the plan was not just to feminize men. The plan was to feminize women too. Because if both of us sitting here feminine, then what we're going to do, what's going on out there.
Right. We got a whole picnic going on. It's all feminine energy. Come on. Let's stop playing. We were made male for a reason, and women were made female for a reason.
Guys. We got to stop. Everybody that's in here, show Panamanian blood some love. Okay. Panamanian blood. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Panamanian princess. Happy birthday to you. Now go ahead. Go ahead, boss lady.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya.
Hey.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy Queen Day.
Hey.
Happy birthday. Panamania. Happy to spend the day with you on the Tony T show. Hey, say it's your birthday. It's your birthday. Go. It's your birthday. Hey, it's your birthday. All right now.
Hold on, I gotta get some maybe give us something to sip on now. Give us some sippers now.
Come on, Kev. Come on, Kev.
He there.
We want to hear your birthday rendition.
Oh yeah.
Happy birthday.
I had to break down the Larry Graham version a little bit later. Have a drink. Enjoy your day, Queen. Panamanian princess, happy birthday. Happy birthday, family. We celebrate everybody. We thankful for everybody. See, man, this video got me feeling away, man. I want to do something, man. I feel, shit, we be needing this, man. Because it just remind me, like, for real, there's some people out there that are really ride and stand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, send these algorithms up. Send these algorithms up with the birthday for my queen. Let me give her some kisses. Do we got kiss marks here on here? Kiss. That's for you. Happy some birthday kisses for you, queen. Oh, that look good, Nicole. I didn't see that ice cream before. Shoot. I like that one. Oh, we got the bar. We pop. Wait, what's that song? Pop champagne. Yeah, I know that song. The only song that we know of Jim Jones that we can really remember.
what that boy say? This
Pop
is
shop.
how we do it. Boom, boom, boom.
Hey,
this is how we do it. Na 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 na
na na.
This is how we do it.
Now.
It's what is it? What today is? Monday night.
You got 5 more minutes though. Here.
Right. We partying with the queens from Brooklyn. Y'all both from Brooklyn, right?
I don't know.
Or New York somewhere.
I don't know. Ah, too bad we can't bust out in music, but she gonna have to enjoy the end of this video.
They don't have like the little free birthday song.
No, I played the free birthday song before. Come to find out, I got a copyright strike. But who the fuck does that? Who copyright that shit? Even the old songs from the 1900s. And I don't know if you remember when we did one of these videos before. I got a copyright. I'm like, what the fuck? After 50 years, it's supposed to go back to the person. And I'm quite sure over 100. How is y'all still copyrighting this shit? It's just crazy. Oh, she said yes, Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house. Without a doubt. That's what other rappers be rapping about. Now we're gonna get through the end of this. I'm telling you, then we're gonna have a discussion on it.
Yeah, right.
Let me say
Tomorrow will be finished tomorrow. In a day or two. 1, 2.
pick one of them buttons. Pick one. Pick one. Oh God. Oh, good.
I tickle myself sometimes. Stupid.
Gregory came out to march with the kids, and he was the most famous person we had ever seen.
I got there 20 minutes before I got arrested. It was already moved out. They brushed me out to the front of the line.
All of the policemen started running after them on the motorcycle.
Had to run, catch up with them. And a block later, we was all.
Some children got out of jail, and they were so excited about it, they would turn around and go right back.
Boy, you gotta stay out of that jail. Those people gonna hurt you. I said, no, they're not. Because we got God on our side.
You hear that? You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
He said, his mama told him, boy, you better stay out of that jail. They gonna hurt you. He said, no, they ain't, mama. We got God on our side.
No, look at they put out the window to their moms. Oh, hey, mom. Yo, the kids wasn't playing. And look,
yeah, hard, man.
No, the kids
that's
was not
unbelievable,
playing.
Unbelievable. Like they had that type of heart. They had that type of determination for something that was real.
Wasn't there.
And it all
you got
started
these
because he went
boys
to the
running around
adult.
here, unliving these girls because they break up with them, and here they is walking away from their mama.
And it's crazy because this all started because the adults was like, but like I said, you got to watch the beginning of the video to see where the adults was like, we done been through. Oh hell no, and then I didn't even get to the Jim Crow era yet. Yo, we got a lot of things to cover. We got a lot of things to cover. This is the only way you could debunk these ops. These ops. Well, Kevin Sanders, our godfather. I'm like, well, none of these people could be your godfather. Well, shit, you gonna pick
That's
up.
what I wanted to say. That's what I was gonna say.
Word.
We got somebody that's trying to be a little pelican on the pole, trying to shoot a little bit of his little relic and trying to act like he, picking up the tourists, throwing little slide things in on the side. I was trolling. And got to sit up there listen. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. What he just throw up in there? Oh, whoa. And I've been hearing a lot of women, and yeah, they this and that. Yeah. Okay, so you used to say a little bit and be joking about your little videos, but now you're saying it as a whole little, you got a whole verse about okay. I have to watch you.
Or you're not gonna say something later.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you later.
Okay. Shout out to all my double troubles. My double troubles. But I'm saying, oh, that's our Godfather. We needed this, and I'm not just talking about him, I'm talking about all the men in that sector. It's just that his name being that, I made him the Godfather, or he's the face of it, so I'm using his name. But all of them in that sector. Oh, thank God for you. Us men. Okay, so now y'all men get all y'all want. Okay, now what? Is that going to help us? Is that going to help the people that just went to the supermarket? Now that you got us in the house baking cakes and shit, right? Then they got the nerve to say, because they threw up a 3 sign and said, oh, they're GI Jane. No, them motherfuckers hungry. They need them donations to come in. They ain't throw that up as they ain't no damn militant. And they just like, yeah, we would never leave our Peppy. And nobody said, but you left, and not one person. White, but have that same, nobody told you got the energy for your kids. It was like they want you to be there for a fucking man. But then they even, and then that means you co-sign them saying fuck their kids. You co-signing it. It's a co-sign. F yuck, and we're going to show that little bit of piece later again. Oh, diamonds now.
Once they were in jail, it was kind of depressing.
It had rats and it was nasty and filthy.
They fed us bologna sandwiches with nothing on it, just dry bread. One sandwich now.
Bull Connor demanded that every child be interrogated.
Ain't that some shit?
They were asking me a lot of questions about, why did you march? Who told you to march? They forced you to march.
After you sit and ask the same 10 questions of hundreds of kids, you begin to say, what am I doing here? What is the end of this madness?
You think?
We was in there about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks. And we was singing.
That's right.
Oh my God, we be singing.
That's right. You can't bring us down, man. You can't bring us down. Y'all see girls in there? Do you see girls in jail? Do you see girls in jail with the men? And you? Yeah, sugar.
Once you arrest 3,000 people, you have no trouble, especially when they ain't scared of you.
By Saturday, some kids were coming downtown in their bathing suits.
I'm gonna spit my water out. They started coming in their bathing suits. God damn. I must have missed that part. I'm gonna spit my water out my mouth. Black people, boy.
Yes, man. And just to get sprinkle around with the whole beautiful.
They learn how to dodge the water. I'm taking them back.
They dance.
Why did she have to?
It was hot.
I was good in jail. Look at all the ladies in jail. They dressed up pretty. I ain't mad at you. Yo, they learned how to dodge the damn hoses and use it for their advantage. Ain't that yo? This old my mama, my grandmama. You gotta look good in jail. Look at my sisters. Look at her looking all good in jail, smiling like, what up? What up? What up? No, what up? No, I mean,
When it started to rain, the cops walked to their cars and sat inside. Right.
That's right. We
I
staying
was
there with
wet,
our baby.
and I was cold, and I wanted my mama, and I wanted my daddy, and I was scared. I want my mama. I want to go home.
They treated us like they did the livestock. And
Yeah,
we really
see.
smell like that too. And you're wet.
We thank you. We thank you. We thank you.
Children were released at random, sometimes in the middle of the night.
And their mama right there. Their mama right there for them.
I got out on
Mama
Sunday,
right there.
and I wasn't ready to go because there were a lot of people still in the
My mom, when I got home, the first thing she did naturally smelled me coming. So, oh girl, you can't go in that house. I need to wash you down. Need to let's take the holes in it. I said, not any more water.
Yo, Kev. Did y'all hear what they said when it was
Yeah, I heard that. Said, you gotta wash you down. You get that gel off you. She said, nah, not no more water. They done hose us down for the last week.
No, before that, when it was like, we'll stop on the go home today. Now we don't want to go home today. We don't want to go
Right.
home today.
Right. I'm telling you, man, they understood the assignment and was dedicated to it.
Oh God, we're gonna let this because as you see, it's at the tip that we're gonna discuss it. Because it's just that it's to me, it's like my first time watching it again. So this shit is too funny.
She came home. I remember my mama hugging her, and I said, "Bless your heart.
Bless
baby.
your heart, baby.
Bless your heart."
Amen. Amen.
Although many have been arrested, we have already won a victory here in Birmingham. Because yesterday we filled up the jail. And today we filled up the jail yard.
Right.
And
Amen.
on tomorrow, I don't know what they're gonna do.
I told you, Kat, they did not stop till it was over.
7th, the city of Birmingham faced a state of collapse. 3,000 students were stampeding through downtown in a victory. The police had been made helpless.
My aunts and uncles who was born, and I don't mean just now, but all my uncles, I call her aunt and uncle. I was, when they was young, they had to say, "Oh wow," but they don't put that to, man, this is what I want y'all to do. This is what I want y'all to do. They told this one, hey, you can say them are ops. Them are man. You think they were going against each other? The kids was like, you said the word we going this out.
They didn't know what to do. They had to turn you loose.
By the 7th day of demonstrations, it became obvious there was no end to children in sight.
I was sitting there in the jail and I said, no way to hold lid on this. The fear is gone.
There were 72 hours of intense negotiations. Movement leaders and white officials were up until dawn with an open line to the White House.
I'm very happy to be able to announce that we have come today to the climax of a long struggle for justice, freedom, and human dignity in the city of Birmingham.
After more than 5,000 arrests, the white people of Birmingham had finally agreed to integrate, and the state courts removed Bull Connor after 7 terms in office.
7 terms.
Bishop, Bull Connor is out of a job.
Bull Connor was beat by the young people of the city of Birmingham.
But what really surprised us was when Kennedy came on television and addressed the nation and said, this is the end of segregation.
We are confronted primarily with a moral issue. It is as old as the scriptures and is as clear as the American Constitution. Part of the question is whether all Americans are to be afforded equal rights and equal opportunities. whether we are going to treat our fellow Americans as we want to be treated.
I remember watching the president on TV, and I knew he was talking about me.
If an American, because his skin is dark, cannot enjoy the full and free life that all of us want, then who among us would be content to have the color of his skin change and stand in his place?
And once he made that statement, it's like tears started. It's like, oh man, this guy gonna preach. And he went on and on and on.
Now the time has come for this nation to fulfill its promise.
President was assassinated 5 months later for his landmark act, civil rights passed in 1964.
Broke the back of Birmingham. Birmingham led to the March on Washington. Birmingham changed the South in an incredible way.
Dr. King lead the civil rights movement until his assassination 5 years later.
There would be retaliations, riots, and a fatal bombing in the church where it all began.
Of course, they would get that church out of here. 3 months later, the Klan bombed 16th Street.
But in the year of 1963, in the month of May, in the city of Birmingham,
Because of what has happened, we can say from the depths of our
Amen.
as never before, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States.
You know why? Because they were not looking for us. They were never looking for the children. The secret weapon.
I felt like I was a giant at 15.
Yes.
Amen.
The unsung heroes. The children. It's really funny to think about it, that the police, the fire department, and the KKK were beaten by us kids. You know why? Because they were not looking for us. They were never looking for the children. The secret weapon.
I felt like I was a giant at 15.
Yes, the
So pretty.
unsung heroes.
Woo, Jesus. That was a good lesson today. That was a good lesson today. Now, you got to remember one thing. To make sure that never happened again, oh, that water gives me the hiccups. I wish it was ginger ale. You have a good burn. A giant at 15, powerful, yeah. To make sure that never happened again, you gotta remember they are planning, even though we're in 22, they started devising a plan then. So when you ask why we are where we are today, to make sure this doesn't happen again. So they can't hose us down. They can't hose us down. But to eliminate that, because this is 63, right? You might just say 20 years later, they figure let's drop the drugs in there. Let's drop some pow-pows in there and let them take each other out. And then we had the audacity to come up with rap music. Like, bam, here they go again. But again, they devised a plan. We'll let them have their first wave, their second wave of hip hop, or we're going to dumb that shit down. Because look at what's going on with all these young artists. They're either ODing, they're going back and forth in jail. A lot of them, it's a lot of young ones that's every time you turn around, you hear something happening to a new one that has left, who has transitioned. That is all by design. So how do we get out of this? It's like, how do we change? Number one, we got to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing our history. They took our history away and gave us some damn history. Now, there's nothing wrong with learning, having African studies and all this stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But the minute they stop, they take the connection away from us containing them. That's when we really lost our history. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hopefully you learned something about this video. And I catch you on the next one. Peace. I am out.